Iya, Jan. Dame i gospodo, uvažene koleginice i kolege, pripala mi je velika čast da vam poželim dobrodošlicu na treću međunarodnu konferenciju Društva simultanih i konsekutivnih prevodilaca Srbije pod nazivom Navigating the New Landscape of Conference Interpreting and Outreach for New Partnerships, posvećenu profesiji konferencijskog prevođenja, izazovima današnjice i perspektivama za budućnost. Govorit ćemo o važnosti regionalne saradnje, stvaranju novog regiona Međunarodnog udruženja konferencijskih prevodilaca, kao i o prednostima članstva u strukovnim udruženjima poput našeg. U naredna 2 dana imat ćemo priliku da čujemo ugledne govornike iz evropskih institucija i udruženja vrsnih profesionalaca iz čitavog regiona. Verujem da će razmena znanja i iskustava doprineti ne samo našem profesionalnom razvoju, već i jačanju zajednice prevodilaca u celini. Napominjem da je za sve sesije obezbeđen simultani prevod. Na samom početku riječ će imati predsjednica društva, gospođa Gordana Vekarić, koja će nam se obratiti kao domaćin skupa. Gordana je, uporedo sa gustim akademskim i prevodilačkim rasporedom, u prethodnih godinu dana neumorno radila na ostvarenju današnjeg događaja. Ne zadržavajući se na ličnim postignućima i podstaknuta svešću o kolektivnom napretku, aktivno doprinosi unapređenju zajednice čiji je deo. Pozivam vas da je pozdravite. Gordana, izvolite.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third conference of our association. And it's a pleasure to see so many enthusiastic faces here today with us in this room. But I also expect that many more people will join us online on our new YouTube channel, Interpreting Minds. We have an exciting day ahead, filled with insightful presentation, discussions, novel ideas, and opportunities for collaboration. Our primary objective for this conference is to foster a deeper understanding of the latest trends and advancements in our field. We want to provide a platform for sharing knowledge, networking with peers, and exploring new opportunities for growth and development. To achieve this aim of the conference, we have today with us many distinguished guests. So I'll start with the agenda, according to the agenda. We'll start our morning sessions with an address by the head interpreter of the Council of Europe, Ms. Sally Bailey-Ravet, followed by Mr. Juan Carlos Jimenez Marin, Director General for Logistics and Interpretation for Conferences in the European Parliament. After the coffee break, we will have 2 more AIC members, Mr. Haris Ginos, Managing Partner of the Elite Linguistics Services, and Mr. Peter Laszlo Herbert of AIC. They will deliver their presentations after the coffee break. In the afternoon session, we will host a panel moderated by our member, Ms. Dušica Lisjak, who is also a member of AIC. Special thanks to the 2 vice presidents of AIC, Mrs. Katarina Apostolaki, who is here with us in person, and Mr. Tomasz Opoczenski, who will join us online in the afternoon for the panel. I also want to express my pleasure that the representatives of fellow regional interpreters associations have joined us today. I would like to extend my warm welcome to Mr. Tomasz Dittinger, President of Slovene Association of Conference Interpreters, Ms. Ivan Karaj, President of the Croatian Society of Conference Interpreters, Ms. Ivana Zametica, President of the Association of Translators and Interpreters of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Ms. Jelena Pralas of Montenegrin Legal Interpreters and Translations Association, Ms. Lukrecija Maljković-Atanasovska, President of the Macedonian Association of Translators and Interpreters, and Ms. Ines Samardžić, who is the representative of the Association of Court Interpreters and Translations of Serbia, our partner here in Belgrade. We hope that we will conclude the first day with some important takeaways and learnings. I encourage everyone to actively participate, to ask questions, share your perspectives. That's why we're here. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other and build lasting connections. Thank you, and let's have a fantastic conference.
Hvala Gordani na energičnom obraćanju i na predstavljanju učesnika. Naš sledeći govornik je gospođa Sally Bailey-Rave, šef prevodilačke službe Saveta Evrope. Sally Bailey-Rave, diplomirani pismeni prevodilac i diplomirani konferencijski prevodilac, član AIK-a, započela je svoju karijeru kao stalni prevodilac Međunarodnog instituta za tropsku poljoprivredu u Nigeriji 1989. godine. Nakon toga radila je kao slobodni prevodilac u Strasburu. Godine 1997. postala je stalni prevodilac pri Savetu Evrope, a od 2007. je i šef prevodilačke službe. Takođe je izvršni sekretar mreže šefova službi za konferencijsko prevođenje. Aktivno učestvuje u definisanju novih standarda i uslova rada za prevodioce koji rade na daljinu u režimu simultanog prevođenja i vodi radnu grupu Saveta Evrope odgovornu za testiranje tehnologije pretvaranja govora u govor. Gospođa Bailey-Rave govorit će o ulozi prevodilaca kao aktera promena. Molim vas da je pozdravimo.
Thank you. Maybe I should start by saying, if you looked at the program, where the photo of me must have been Photoshop, I'm not the mother. I am Sally. So thank you very much, and I really want to start by warmly thanking the organisers for inviting me to what I'm sure will be a fascinating and forward-looking conference. And it's always a huge pleasure for me to be in Belgrade, which I must say is one of my favourite places. I thought I'd warm you up with something positive. Right, so our profession is experiencing profound changes that are challenging the most basic principles that were laid down during the Nuremberg trials. And I think in my presentation, my aim is to show that thanks to interpreters' extraordinary ability to adapt, something that really is part of our DNA, and their willingness to be the actors of change and the enabling partners, we can really grow and, I'm convinced, remain wholly relevant in the new landscape of conference interpreting. Conference interpreting experienced a real boom with the advent of multilateral organizations, the creation of international organizations in the wake of the First and Second World Wars. And it was able to adapt to new historical needs and underwent its first technological revolution during the Nuremberg trials, which led to the breakthrough of simultaneous interpreting. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic, causing another technological revolution with the need for distance conference interpreting. And today, I think we all look with some apprehension at the development of generative artificial intelligence, trying to anticipate the way in which this technology will impact our profession yet again. And as a profession, I believe we have two options. We can just cling to what is familiar and steadfastly refuse to change our standards, or we can rise to the challenge and we can actually become the architects of the change and the new standards that will shape our profession in the future. Let me start with the conference interpreting standards as we know them, the ones that we were trained for, the ones that we're familiar with. If you look back at the Nuremberg trials, the pioneers at the time laid down 5 pillars that are still really quite true today. The first pillar, and I quote Bernadette Weber-Kessler, the first pillar, I had a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm absolutely no good at doing PowerPoint presentations. So you're just going to have to, I'll try and not speak too fast, but don't hesitate to interrupt me if things are not clear or I'm too fast. So the first pillar relates to the interpreter's personal qualities, responsiveness, intellectual curiosity, the ability to adapt to all sorts of different topics extremely quickly, an excellent memory, extensive general knowledge, In addition, of course, to excellent command of our working languages and perfect command of our mother tongue. The second pillar is the need for a direct view of all speakers. In order to integrate, in the words we use as interpreters, the non-verbal message, all those meaningful facial expressions that will actually make the message of the speaker more complete. So we hear with our ears, but we understand with our eyes. The third pillar is the duty of personal neutrality. And this involves a form of depersonalization, a phenomenon that was actually vital during the trials because of the huge emotional load that came with it. And many of you were probably also involved in the work of the ICTY, and I'm sure you understand what I mean by this need to depersonalize. The interpreter, in a way, becomes the voice, the mind of the speaker. And I would like to pay tribute to the interpreters who are working and interpreting. And I hope that becoming the voice and the mind of Sally Bailey is not too difficult. I'll do my best. Then the fourth pillar is the absolute need to prepare and study documents, to acquire the terminology, of course, and to understand the topic, to make sure that we don't say something that actually makes no sense to the people who are listening to us. And finally, the fifth pillar is total and absolute professional secrecy. This is a prerequisite to establish trust between the speaker and the interpreter. Now, I'm sure that you've all been secretly thinking, but every single one of those pillars is actually challenged by these new technologies, be it distance interpreting or be it artificial intelligence. And actually, you're right. They are. They certainly are prima facie, and they certainly are in the views of non-interpreters. And it's very important to take on board the views of non-interpreters if we want to position ourselves as trustworthy and reliable partners of change. And I think our role, my role as a head interpreter, is to bite the bullet, lay down the new standards when those new standards are needed, support my profession in evolving and adapting to this new environment or this new landscape, to quote the title of the conference, but always in a way that is safe, always in a way to preserve quality, and always in a way to remain relevant. And I would dare say that if we don't make that choice, we will become actors at best that are irrelevant, at worst, actually actors of the demise of our own profession. Now, let's turn to these new standards that I'm talking about, the standards for the future. And I'll start with distance interpreting. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 accelerated a phenomenon that actually had started budding in 2018, certainly in the case of the Council of Europe. And I'm talking about the provision of interpreting services without requiring the presence of the interpreters in the meeting room. The Council of Europe, as early as 2018, carried out a number of tests that I actually had an opportunity to present to a number of people who are in this room already, so I won't go into the detail, but what I can say is that the important thing about those tests is that they were carried out in very close partnership with the audiovisual technicians, with the IT department, with the staff interpreters of the Council of Europe, and with AIC representatives. And this allowed us to, without any sort of pressure, no pressure of COVID at the time, to identify the platform that we wanted to work with, and also to actually operate the first hub that provided a multilingual meeting in April 2020, which is less than a month after the beginning of lockdown in France. And this was possible because we had actually already agreed on preliminary rules that we thought were important to provide distance interpreting. And we'd agreed on those rules with AIC. So we had a memorandum that we had agreed on. And basically that the key feature was the need to compensate the absence of a direct view of the speakers and the increased cognitive load that it caused. What we had not anticipated at the time was that the main issue would actually be exposure to toxic sound, the compression, but I would say even more importantly, the poorly equipped remote participants. However, the standard that we had agreed on, which is to actually limit the length of exposure of interpreters to those working conditions, was the right one. And if you look in other international organizations, they have all taken on board that standard, but they have done it in a way that is suited to their own meeting typology. I don't think there's necessarily one solution that fits all, but I think as long as the standard that we all agree on is how do we limit exposure, then there are different ways of reaching that objective. The Council of Europe was the first international organization to actually codify this in a new agreement with AIC, and that has allowed us to ensure business continuity with the same level of quality and no interruption of service regardless of the length of the meeting. Thanks to a strong partnership with our audiovisual technicians, with our colleagues in IT, we have at the Council of Europe managed to avoid any acoustic shock, and no auditory health issues have been reported by staff interpreters or freelance interpreters working in a Council of Europe meeting. And this achievement was possible thanks to a proactive approach, cooperation with key stakeholders who perceived conference interpreters as reliable and trustworthy partners, and who understood that conference interpreters had actually a knowledge that other key stakeholders didn't have, and that's how we managed to find a solution that worked. We were able to identify the risks, we were able to identify the opportunities, and in a sort of comprehensive way, we were able to agree on standards that served to mitigate the risk while leveraging the opportunities. And with my colleagues from IT and in the audiovisual sector, we're still actively involved in the work of ISO. We were involved in the work of ISO, laying down new standards, and we continue to be actively involved in that work. Now I turn to artificial intelligence tools for conference interpreting. That is the second major challenge that we're facing today. And it's a challenge especially because of all these promises you hear, you know, about how it can replace or how it can augment. I don't know how you're going to say augment in Serbian. We don't know how to say it in French. And augmenter does not work in French. So enhancing the performance of a conference interpreter. Of course, the most worrying idea is this idea that AI is going to replace humans, that it's going to drastically reduce the cost of interpreting services, and that in that way it's going to make multilingualism more accessible. As linguists, a message that says we're going to make multilingualism more accessible is a great message. No linguist can be against that. But we're not just linguists. We're also guardians and facilitators of multilingual communication. And in that capacity, it's our duty to ensure that tools preserve the quality of multilingual communication, that the objective of multilingual communication, which is to foster dialogue and understanding, that objective is maintained. And it's with those ideas in mind that the interpreting department was actually put in a very good position in the Council of Europe, which is to take the lead on this issue. So we're not having to deal with an IT department that's trying to impose this wonderful, cheap solution that nobody can not want, But we're actually taking the lead, and we're recognized at the highest level as those who are the right people to integrate AI in the settings of the Council of Europe. So we've carried out 2 tests of speech-to-speech platforms. We've assessed their performance. We've identified the risks. We've identified the opportunities. And we've proposed a risk impact analysis. And while the quality of speech-to-speech tools has undeniably improved, certainly prima facie, any attentive analysis of the output actually shows that there are still many inaccuracies, that there is still bias, and sometimes even outright mistakes that will actually trigger laughter in the audience. And that this compounded to excessive latency means that it does not allow the meaningful multilingual communication that is required in the Council of Europe setting today. And what we want to do now, because we can't just say, oh, well, that's it, we've tested it, goodbye, it's not going to work, because, of course, these tools continue to develop and they continue to improve on a monthly basis. We're now going to try and determine other settings where AI could possibly be useful. Because multilingual communication actually takes place in all sorts of different settings. So you've got the sort of informal, very low stakes setting. That's, when you travel to a foreign country and you need to communicate. And there, it's true that these speech-to-text tools, these speech-to-speech tools, these new AirPods that translate, when you walk near someone who doesn't speak the same language, they are wonderful achievements, and we can only applaud that. But interpreters are not usually involved in those settings. Then you have some settings that are informal, but where the stakes are high. I'm talking about these sort of networking opportunities before a high-stakes formal meeting. The networking that goes on, how you are going to actually come to the agreement on the day of the conference. Those settings might be informal, but they require very clear, they require very accurate, and they require very confidential interpreting services. And very often, the people involved in those settings, they are with interpreters whom they have actually vetted and they trust. And moreover, the setting itself is informal, and therefore it doesn't lend itself to simultaneous interpreting. So those settings actually would probably not work with machine translation. Some settings are formal, but with very little interaction. So, these conferences with lots of read-out speeches, where, in fact, very often the interpreters receive the speech before the conference, and what they're doing is a form of sight translation more than interpreting. We thought that those settings were ideal for our tests, and we really focused on those settings in our tests. But for the moment, even in that context, the result of the test is not good enough. And we were a little bit disappointed, to be honest, because we thought, we found something that actually is it's not easy to interpret, read out speeches, read out at top speed, where the person is not even looking at the audience. You think, it might as well be a machine. It's not much fun, really. So, but for the moment anyway, it's not ready. And then, of course, you've got the very formal setting with a lot of interaction. And those settings, of course, that's where AI tools perform most poorly because of the excessive latency. The interpretation has got to be extremely quick. People have to be able to react immediately to what has been said. They've got to understand context. They've got to understand nuances. There has to be general knowledge, accuracy, neutrality, and professional secrecy. One possible avenue, once the tools have further improved, might be to have a sort of hierarchy of meetings, in institutions, where the level and the impact of risk has been assessed and is accepted and is okay and is not going to, cause a huge diplomatic incident. But I would say that the most exciting idea is this one where AI actually enhances the performance of a human interpreter. And that's what we're going to focus on in the Council of Europe in the coming months. It requires strong partnership. It requires a lot of trust between the interpreters and the IT specialists and our users as well. And we're organising at the Council of Europe training on the AI tools that will make preparation easier, faster, that will allow us to produce glossaries faster. The idea is to actually let the machine go through the reams and reams of documents that we have to study and allow the interpreter to actually focus on more quality preparation and be given more time to focus on the quality preparation. And in that respect, it's important to remember that even when it's just at the preparation stage, the need to respect confidentiality, the need to be aware of bias, remain extremely relevant. So you can't just take what the machine has told you with the big points in this document. You actually do continue to have to apply human supervision. And I hope in that context to be able to establish partnerships with our translator colleagues who've been impacted far more brutally by artificial intelligence. And I think that we really need to work with them and learn the lessons that they've learned in a very harsh and difficult way, and to make sure that we don't fall in the same pitfalls. Another idea, quite recent, is to actually rely on AI-generated subtitles to enhance the understanding and reduce the cognitive and the mental effort of delegates in a meeting. And in this regard, Professor Andrew Chung from Hong Kong Polytechnic University has carried out research which shows that the pairing of professional interpreting and accurate automatic subtitles of what the interpreter is saying actually makes understanding easier for people who are listening to a speech that is not in their mother tongue, which happens a lot at the Council of Europe because we're just a bilingual organisation. So most of our delegates, they actually are listening to a language that's not their main language. And the research of Professor Chung has shown that these events actually reduce the cognitive load and the mental effort for the delegates. And I think it's interesting research because it's actually interpreting, but seen from the perspective of the user of the delegate. And I really think we need to include that perspective in what we do. Basically, it's important to stay ahead of the game. And for that, we need to very honestly assess the existing skills of human interpreters, their limits, the opportunities of machines, and the need to reskill human interpreters so that they always perform better than machines. So let's let machines do what they do well, train them to perform better in our interest, and concentrate on what humans are best at. This requires, I repeat it, trust and confidence. And in this regard, I really want to pay tribute to the staff interpreters of the Council of Europe, who've really given me their trust and who are taking part in these tests, who are taking part in the reskilling efforts so that we integrate AI. To conclude, I would say that our profession emerged from the need to communicate among people and across cultures. It flourished through the rise of multilateralism and the establishment of international organizations. It succeeded in adapting to the needs of history in the wake of the Second World War. And now it must evolve to leverage the opportunities of the digital revolution. More importantly, it must be seen to evolve. And for that, we need to establish partnerships with stakeholders. We need to position ourselves as reliable and trustworthy architects of change. We need to adapt our training in interpreting schools to make sure that we're giving new interpreters the skills they need to work with the machine and to always be able to supervise the machine. And finally, we must communicate efficiently so that we remain in control of the narrative around AI and conference interpreting. Before I close, I just want to pay tribute to someone who was very important to me in Serbia, and I always become very emotional, dear Biba. And I'm sure that if Danica Kraljevic were here, she'd be really proud of what you're doing in this region to make it a strong region for AIC. Thank you.
I forgot to give you more thank you, though. I'm really sorry for this.
Zahvaljujemo gospođi Beli Rave na izuzetno relevantnom izlaganju u kojem nas je podsjetila na prelomne trenutke u razvoju konferencijskog prevođenja i na principe na kojima ono počiva. Zatim predstavila korake koje Savet Evrope preduzima u primjeni novih tehnologija i unapređenju radnih uslova prevodilaca. Podsjetila nas je i na značaj prvog sporazuma između AIK-a i Saveta Evrope o prevođenju na daljinu, kojim se postavljaju novi profesionalni standardi za hibridne i online događaje. Sledeći plenarni govornik je gospodin Juan Carlos Jiménez Marin. Rođen i odrastao u Nemačkoj u španskoj porodici, studirao je konferencijsko prevođenje u Barseloni i Ženevi. Kao konferencijski prevodilac počeo da radi u Evropskom parlamentu 1988. godine, gde se od 2004. nalazio na brojnim rukovodećim pozicijama. Od januara 2025. obavlja funkciju generalnog direktora pri Generalnom direktoratu za logistiku i konferencijsko prevođenje Evropskog parlamenta. Gospodin Juan Carlos Jiménez Marin govorit će o aktualnim pitanjima akreditacija i stanju u institucijama Evropske unije. Zamolit ću vas da ga srdačno pozdravimo.
I'll get myself a bit of water if I may. Good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a huge honor and privilege to be here 13 years later, because we were remembering that my last visit here was in 2012 and not in 1912. So it's really a pleasure to be here once again and to see that the profession has been thriving ever since. So really, thank you very much for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here today as Director General for DG Logistics and Interpretation for Conferences of the European Parliament. And since I've been asked to talk about accreditation, I will also talk on behalf of the Interpreting Service of the European Commission and the Court of Justice, because as many of you know, accreditation for the EU institutions is done jointly by the 3 EU interpreting services. As you know, we organize accreditation with the 3 institutions because once you get accreditation, you can be recruited by any of the 3 interpreting services of the European Union, be it the Parliament, DG SCIC, or the Court of Justice. And people are put on a joint list of recruitable interpreters. It is absolutely important that we find synergies and that we work together. This is also what this conference is about. And it is really something that we are doing and we have been doing for many years in the interpreting services in the EU. And by the way, I take the opportunity to say that for many other things, we also cooperate internationally in a network of chief interpreters of international organizations where Sally and I meet quite often. So it's also very important not to stay in the bubble of the European institutions, but to look what's happening in many other interpreting services around the world, especially when it comes to new technologies, when it comes to AI, when it comes to developments in the profession, and to make sure that we have a global approach and that we set standards which are valid everywhere. Because otherwise, our delegates, our members, they are not in a bubble. They go elsewhere. And if we tell them this and this is not possible because for professional reasons this is not possible, and then they go elsewhere and they see there it's feasible, we are not credible. So it's very, very important that we all work together in an honest way, obviously, but also being open to changes and to evolutions. When it comes to recruitment and to accreditation, obviously, for the European institutions, and I think for the other organizations as well, accreditation is obviously needs-driven, and we do monitor very closely the number of requests that we get for interpretation for certain languages. We check that against the resources which are available on the market and on our lists, and depending on the interpreters available with the right language combinations, we determine whether there is a pressing need to organize accreditation tests for certain languages. Some of you may say, well, is accreditation still necessary? Because we have been hearing from Sally that artificial intelligence is out there, but we've also been hearing from Sally, and I'm not going to go into all the details, which I fully subscribe to, that we are not being replaced. AI is going to be a tool, hopefully a tool that we will help shape, because if we don't shape it, it's going to evolve on its own, and then it's going to be imposed on us. And this is why it's very important, and I fully agree with Sally, that we need to be in the lead. We need to make sure that it's developed according to the needs of the interpreters, with the interpreters, who are the only ones who know what is really useful for interpretation purposes. And therefore, it's a tool that will assist us, hopefully, but it will not replace us. And I will come to a couple of thoughts about artificial intelligence afterwards. So, as in the Council of Europe, also in the EU institutions, we are obviously following developments in AI very closely. As Sally has already said, we are firmly convinced that human interpretation will continue to be necessary because, as already said, there are problems with mistakes that do not only cause laughter, they can cause much more serious damage in high-level conferences, and therefore we need human interpreters. By the way, AI does not cope much better than us with speed. On the contrary, because human interpreters understand that when in the European Parliament, some of you have been working there or follow the debates, MEPs get a minute and a half to speak. Obviously, it's quickly read out. It's only a human interpreter at this point in time who is able to summarize and to really reproduce the main message, not all the words. And that's very important, because otherwise, what is being said by the speaker, which sometimes those who follow in the original language don't even understand, because it's much too quick. And then, by miracle, it's the interpreters who have given only the message of the minute and a half that is really important, and sometimes people who have followed interpretation have understood the original better, thanks to the human interpreter. So their AI does not yet beat us. Then there is another thing I wanted to say. As Sally already said, AI can be a tool for preparation, for enhanced interpreting, where we can also have some help sometimes. We are also in the European Parliament and with the other EU institutions looking into the possibilities of having names, numbers, things which are sometimes very difficult for simultaneous interpreting purposes when it goes very quickly. And normally you have colleagues writing down things for you. Well, if you have a machine who does it, it could be very useful. On the other hand, we have to be very careful, because The interpreting booth nowadays is no longer what it used to be. If you go into an interpreting booth nowadays, it's almost like going into the cockpit of a plane. It looks more and more full of buttons, screens, I don't know what. So we also need to be aware that the cognitive load that we expose the interpreter to, not only the delegates, also the interpreter, if we give too much information at the same time as they have to interpret simultaneously, it may actually diminish the possibility for them to concentrate on what is their main task. So that's also something that we need to take care of. And the final word, Sally has said it all: latency, mistakes, the fact that machines do not capture irony. They take it for face value. They do not understand the emotions, the real message which is behind the words. There is another thing that I've been saying very, very recently, well, since I took up my current position in January only, to the Secretary General of the European Parliament, because everyone is obviously thrilled with all those new technologies. We had Qatar Gate not very long ago in the European Parliament. Some of you may have heard about it. It's about foreign interference, which unfortunately we're having more and more of in the last few years. So these new technologies, all the information we have to feed into these machines for them to be able to produce something which is more or less acceptable. Where does all this end? Where does all this information go? Are we sure that we are not exposing our institutions, our organizations to foreign interference by relying on machines more than necessary, by putting all our information in the cloud? It's also something that we need to be very, very prudent about, because in the current juncture, all these things are just as important as quality. So I will come back now to human interpreters, because they are the ones I'm most interested in. And I'm going to tell you now how we try and organize our work in the institutions. So as you know, for EU languages, we have staff interpreters who are permanently available to the institution. And on top of the staff interpreters, we have over 1,000 freelance interpreters who work for us regularly. We call them ACIs for legal reasons, and this is because freelancers, while under contract for the European institutions, are assimilated in rights and obligations to staff. So they are called ACIs, which is Agent Conference Interpreter, but in reality, it's freelance interpreters. Candidate country languages, Serbian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, Macedonian, Albanian, Turkish, Georgian, and Ukrainian, are serviced exclusively by freelance interpreters for the time being, with the exception of Ukrainian, where we have one staff interpreter in the European Parliament, because, as you can understand, for political reasons, we do provide Ukrainian interpretation for certain very, very specific meetings into Ukrainian. And we have a platform, a web page where we convey information about everything which is important in the context of the war in Ukraine, and for that we have one staff interpreter. So until a language becomes a tested language, freelance interpreters can be accredited ad hoc. That means that for languages which are not being tested, we can recruit someone on an ad hoc basis when we get proof of experience and when we have references. often also within the network of the chief interpreters of the international organizations. We talk to each other, we recommend interpreters to each other for certain languages where some of us have less experience than others, and this works really well. But normally for the European institutions, EU languages, candidate country languages, and also some of the UN languages are tested languages. As was also already said also by Sally, I would like to repeat it. Quality is our watchword, and for that reason, we prefer to test wherever possible. With the exception of Georgian and Ukrainian until next year, all candidate country languages are tested languages at this point in time. And we rely obviously on trusted freelance interpreters and staff interpreters with those languages as a C language to carry out the testing. And I really want to stress that quality is of the essence, and this is why accreditation tests need to fulfill certain standards, because if we don't provide the quality, then the temptation to go for second best machine translation or interpretation is obviously there. So quality is really of the essence. An accreditation test usually consists of a simultaneous test and a consecutive test. Candidates have to pass a test in simultaneous and in consecutive for each of their languages. Simultaneous usually is about 12 minutes, and a consecutive test is more or less a speech of 6 minutes. All of the accreditation tests nowadays are completely remote, which obviously allows us to test many more people around Europe and beyond. And it is up to the candidates, obviously with our assistance, to ensure a suitable internet connection and equipment for the test. The language profile and eligibility criteria are set out in the test announcement. And in the case of candidate country languages, a retour into English, French, or German is essential, simply because we do not have, for obvious reasons, sufficient interpreters with your languages as a C language, so we have to rely on a retour. I remember that when Finland joined, back in 1995, together with Sweden and Austria, we were all saying, because in the European Parliament until 1995, for EU languages, we did not have any retour. People were always working into their mother tongue. Then in 1995, Austria, Sweden, and Finland joined. As you remember, Austria was easy, at least some thought so, because it's the German booth. Then turned out that sometimes, if you had passive German, but only from Germany, the Austrian words sometimes were not very familiar, but okay, it was the German booth. Swedish was relatively easy. We had colleagues who had passive Danish, so many of them converted Danish into Swedish as well. It was not too difficult, but then Finland. Finland was obviously the language that nobody understood. So we started with retour. The Finns were doing a retour, and I remember that in those years we were saying, okay, this is going to be so for a transitional period. Obviously, we're going to train interpreters to have passive Finnish, and at some stage our Finnish colleagues will be like all the others. They will only be working into Finnish. And this has not yet happened. Will not happen, and in the meantime, they're no longer the only ones providing a retour. So basically all the languages, or most of the languages that we've added after 1995, we also rely on a retour. So retour into English, French, or German is essential, and if I can, I will widen this into Spanish as well. So when do we decide to test a language? And as I said, this very much depends on the situation in each booth. For most of the EU languages, there is one accreditation test per year. And for candidate country languages, it is very different since the demand for candidate country languages is totally dependent on the political situation and the stage of accession. So obviously, the closer a country is to accession, the more there are meetings with that language, and obviously the demand increases, and then there's also a need to accredit more interpreters. So I'm really looking forward to many of your countries accelerating together with the European Union institutions the pace at which you get closer to accession. I can give you a couple of numbers. For Serbian, we currently have 14 accredited ACIs or freelancers. The previous accreditation test in 2014 saw 7 new freelancers accredited, of which 6 were trained at Belgrade University and 1 at Zagreb University. The last accreditation test was in 2015, with again 7 new ACIs, of which 6 trained at Belgrade University. For Bosnian, we currently have 12 accredited freelancers, and the last accreditation test for Bosnian was in 2024 and beginning of 25, where 6 new freelancers were accredited so far, but some of them are resitting a test. Actually, it says in my notes that the resit of the test took place on the 5th of September, but I do not have, maybe you, updated numbers after the resit. That's a major little flaw here. Anyway, Montenegrin, we have currently 8 accredited ACIs, and the last test was in 2013. For Macedonian, we have 22. The last accreditation test was in 2023. For Albanian, we also have 22 accredited interpreters. The last accreditation test was in 2022-2023. For Turkish, we have 26 accredited ACIs. The last accreditation test was in 2017. For Georgian, we have 6. There are no tests organized and none are planned for the time being. And for Ukrainian, we have 15 accredited interpreters plus the staff interpreter I was referring to before. There are no tests organized right now, but we are planning to organize tests for Ukrainian in spring 2026. So as said, the uncertainties which are linked to the path of progress on the negotiation for accession for Serbian and other countries in the region do not lead us to believe that there will be a sharp increase of the demand for interpretation in the very short term. But on the other hand, given the low number of accredited interpreters, I think preparations are needed for the medium term. And we could envisage a test in 2027 or 2028. For the time being, I would say at the earliest, but obviously, if things change dramatically politically, then we will obviously have to adapt and possibly also foresee tests earlier than that. But for the time being, the plan is 2027, 2028. I would also like to say that obviously these accreditation tests rely heavily on a competence which is exclusively with the different member states or candidate countries, and that's the training of interpreters. We do not train interpreters. It's up to the states to train linguists, to attract them to linguistic professions like translators or interpreters, to train them as interpreters, and then the institutions can come in to give the last coup de pouce. But the training of interpreters, just as the training of doctors or of engineers, is exclusively a competence of the member states. And I'm saying this because sometimes I get, recently, for instance, I get a lot of pressure for providing Irish. because Irish is a language of the European Union, has been for many years, and we provide Irish, but only passive. By the way, the Irish Parliament also only passive, but we only provide it basically for the plenary. And some of the Irish members are saying, well, but how is it possible that the European Parliament does not provide Irish interpretation? And I say, well, if there's only 1.5 speaker of Irish in Ireland, and out of this 1.5, half of them maybe go for an interpreting profession, then really I don't know what we could do to improve the situation. So we are working very hard now with some of the Irish MEPs to also try and improve the provision of Irish. But once again, this stresses that without the training provided by the member states or by the state in this case, in the case of the Balkan countries, we will not be able to invent them. So it's very important that you make sure that there is a well-functioning masters in conference interpreting in your respective countries. And obviously, if we can help, and we can, we will. But we will not be able to do it on our own. Now, what I also want to say is that we obviously talking about our help. We have several measures in place that we try and help with. So the different forms of assistance offered by the EU institutions, besides grants to universities and virtual classes or study visits, is that we also organize master classes in the European Parliament. There's bursaries for students, mainly provided for by DG SCIC and the Commission, as well as specific programs for deficit languages. The European Parliament runs an enhanced virtual coaching program which pairs interpreting students with EP interpreter mentors. Another thing that we have launched rather recently is what we call the EP Academy. And this is because what we have, I think, all been witnessing for many, many years is that the pass rates of accreditation tests sometimes are very poor, although the candidates are very good. And yet, at the accreditation test, sometimes the pass rates were 9%, 8%, and it was rather, it was rather disappointing for the candidates themselves, but also for us, because there's a lot of, for the candidates, a lot of effort, preparation, and stress involved. For the European institutions, obviously a lot of investment in resources, time, and so on and so forth. So we have started, I have to say quite successfully so far, what we call the EP Academy, which basically intends to bridge the gap between university degree and accreditation test. What we do is we provide master classes remotely for a couple of months with the laureates of a master's in conference interpreting. We provide a lot of assistance, and then they come to Brussels for a couple of months where they can sit in the dummy booth, where they can get familiar with the European institutions, a working environment, where they can also work together with experienced interpreters. And we have seen, because we have run 3 in the meantime, sorry. We have run 3 so far for Portuguese, Danish, and Swedish. We are starting one next week for Maltese. And for Portuguese, Danish, and Swedish, the pass rates after the EP Academy have been around 90%. So that's quite an improvement. Obviously, we're not talking about the same number. People going to an accreditation test, it's up to 20, 40. Here we are talking about 6, 7 people doing the academy, but almost all of them have always afterwards passed the accreditation test. So that's quite promising. Then there's also that all 3 institutions offer support programs. The next generation professionals at the EP, the newcomers scheme at SCIC, and soft landing, as they call it in the Court of Justice of the European Union. to newly graduated interpreters, whereby they are offered monitoring and guidance by experienced colleagues as well as a certain number of contract days. This is also very important because what sometimes happens is that newly accredited interpreters, they were accredited, they were on the common list, but obviously young colleagues do not have the language combinations of the very experienced ones. So they end up being on the list and being recruited very rarely because it's difficult for them to compete with experienced interpreters who are experienced, who have sometimes more languages. So that's also something that we noticed in the last years. Some of these people then leave the profession because they need to have an income. And if they're not being recruited, it's very difficult for them to stay in the profession. So in the European Parliament, as I said, we have the Next Generation Professionals scheme, which means that newly accredited interpreters in the long-term recruitment get a certain number of contract days already a year in advance, so that they have a stable income that they can count on. Obviously, afterwards they can get more, but at least they get some contract days for the whole year, 1 year in advance, and hopefully that keeps them in the profession. And while they are in the profession, they will add languages, they will obviously also acquire experience, and will be able to compete on equal footing with their more experienced peers. Then obviously, I also have to mention opportunities we provide in the three institutions for trainees, be it the Blue Book at the Commission, the Schumann traineeships in the European Parliament, and all of them are excellent opportunities to get insight into the work of the institutions. These schemes and these opportunities for trainees are open to candidate country applicants. So I would also clearly encourage you to reach out to younger colleagues who might be interested in a career in the European institutions in the future, so that they apply for some of these traineeships. Okay, I think I have to start coming to an end. I would like to say once again, because we were talking about the need for succession planning, I would like to stress once again that it's very important that there is a good training for conference interpreters in the different countries, so that we can make sure that we will be able to provide interpretation from and into your languages once you will be EU members and even before. In the past, we had solid cooperation with the University of Belgrade, and unfortunately, since the shift to focus on literary translation, we are currently without a reliable partner in Serbia, and this is obviously something that we need to somehow try and redress together. I know that at the end of 2024, the Commission's interpreting services, DG SCIC, reached out to the course leader in Novi Sad, but for the time being, I think not a lot of progress has been made. I therefore sincerely hope that a conference like this one and fora like the one we are in today will serve as an impetus and an encouragement to you here in Serbia, but also in the wider region, to set up and support quality programs for conference interpreting. And obviously we are at your disposal to advise based on our long experience with other enlargements in the past. We know that this takes commitment and passion and a lot of patience maybe also. But without excellent interpreters in your languages, your voice will be diminished. So help us help you play a full role as your countries become full members of the EU, hopefully in a not too distant future. And obviously I remain at your disposal for any questions, because I don't want to go, I could speak for another hour or so, because Sally also talked about distance interpreting and many other things, and we have currently launched in the European Parliament a negotiation with our interpreters, also with representatives of AIC and the professional delegation, because in the European Parliament we will have to resort to distance interpreting on a more or less systematic basis as of 2026, because one of the main buildings of the European Parliament needs renovation and will be closed. And many of our meeting rooms and many of our booths are located in this building. So we have managed to build a hub. We will have a hub in the premises of the EP, which was not a given in the beginning, because obviously there were ideas like get the hub next to the airport or something like that, so that interpreters can hop off the plane, go into the hub, hop on the plane after the conference, hopefully without accommodation costs. That is no longer the case. Now it's clear we will have a hub in the premises of the European Parliament, but nevertheless it's going to be distance interpreting. And our current agreement dates back to 2006, after the Big Bang in 2004, because there we had to do distance interpreting for the very first time in the European Parliament, because the then president, Pat Cox, had invited in 2003 representatives of all the member countries to be in 2024. And the hemicycle in Strasbourg, the additional booths, they were under construction for the 1st of January 2024. But in 2023, when he invited them to a plenary session, they were not yet ready. So we had to have remote interpreting for these languages. And out of solidarity, those who were sitting in the booths of the plenary, we were all saying, oh, no, we are not going to interpret while colleagues of ours are in remote. And then, well, I will not give you all the details, but we were nicely invited by our authorities to stop being showing solidarity and to go into the booth and work very nicely. But we were promised that immediately after that, there would be a negotiation of some standards for remote interpreting. So this agreement dates back to 2006. The only little hiccup is, first of all, technology has evolved quite a lot since 2006. But more importantly, that agreement was only for extraordinary situations. So it's not something that you can use on a daily basis. And this is going to be the case, if not on a daily basis, on a very regular basis, with the closure of the building in 2027. And this is why we are negotiating a new agreement. Hopefully, we are going to set standards which are reasonable for the whole of the profession. And I'm also very glad to say that Sally is one of the observers during those negotiations, and we will keep you abreast. Thank you very much. Sorry, I've been a bit long.
Zahvaljujemo gospodinu Jimenezu Marinu na izuzetno informativnom izlaganju u kojem je osvetlio aktualne akreditacione procedure, saradnju sa univerzitetima i podršku mladim prevodiocima, naročito za deficitarne jezike, kao i izazove i mogućnosti koje nove tehnologije i veštačka inteligencija donose našoj profesiji, naročito u pogledu poverljivosti podataka. Sada sledi segment pitanja i odgovora. Pozivamo vas da postavite pitanja našim govornicima. Any questions? We have a mic, yeah.
Hi, I think it can be a very quick one to Juan Carlos. And to Sally, to what extent distance has affected the results of accreditation tests? Have candidates liked it? Did they not like it? Was it easier, more difficult? Were you happy with the quality of the results?
That's a good question. Well, it's absolutely sure that doing testing in remotely has obviously made it much easier for us to test larger numbers of candidates. To my knowledge, there has been no major problem on the candidate side. Now, I'm also in the situation where I have to say I've been away for 5 years doing something different, and only back since January. But all in all, I think that it's been successful, that candidates are happy about the possibility to be able to take the test in their sort of environment where they feel probably more at ease, and it obviously also makes it easier for larger numbers of candidates to be tested than if it's in Brussels or in Brussels normally. Yeah. So we don't.
Sorry, next question, Dušica, please.
I have a question for our keynote speakers. You mentioned attracting students to interpreting profession. How has AI impacted that? Did you notice any change or anything like that? We've heard that some of the universities don't have interpretation studies any longer. So do you think it might have something to do with this AI, with everyone saying AI will replace interpreters and things like that, or not?
I'm absolutely convinced that if we don't, and that's why I referred to the need to remain in control of the narrative. If we don't do that, indeed, we already have too few interpreters in schools, and it's just going to worsen that trend, that's for sure. But if we want to attract them, that's why at the end I did refer to the need to actually integrate these new skills that are required in our training programs, because if not, students won't come, I don't think. If you behave in the schools as though interpreting is absolutely not impacted by new technologies in AI, students, they're just not going to go there because they know. Whereas a school that actually does integrate these IT skills, the supervision of the machine, as well as the professional skills of an interpreter, I think will probably attract more people. But it's we're at in a way, it's very difficult to actually anticipate now what the changes will be and what the skills are. So, but if we don't do it quickly at the same time, we'll be too late. So it's a very challenging question, but let's change the narrative and on the contrary, encourage people to join our schools. We desperately need them, because if we don't have the students and if we don't have the new graduates, AI is going to take over even more easily. So,
Thank you.
I fully agree. Sorry. Now it works. So I fully agree with Sally. One more thing that she said herself. It's up until not very long ago, it was only or mainly the industry developing AI that was talking about AI and what AI was going to bring. And the message was AI is going to replace everything. Interpreters, doctors, whatever. So it's very important, as Sally said, that we work together with the developers. First, because we need to shape AI to our real needs, and they don't know our needs. So we need to work together with them so that the tools are really adapted to our needs as tools that assist us and not replace us. But secondly, if we work together with them, we will also participate in the shaping of the narrative of what AI is going to be in the future and how it's going to impact, without replacing us, the profession. And this is absolutely crucial, because that's the only way for young generations to continue to believe that language professions and conference interpreting in particular has a future. So that's absolutely important. We need to raise awareness, we need to reach out, and we need to get the message across.
Thank you. Another question?
Hi, I was going to ask something in the exact same vein, Katerina Postorlaiki. I think that there was a whole feeling of shock when the Monterey Interpreting Studies closed down. And I think that has greatly impacted in the interpreting community. It would be very good if multinational organizations came out and said, we're still looking for interpreters. I think that would give a viable option for interpreters to say that, okay, interpreters are still needed, and to go through the arduous training, because it's actually a very difficult profession and you have to have a great command of languages and all the other points that were raised very validly by Sally. So I take home very much what was discussed about working together to develop the tools in terms of AI. And I'd like to mention the work done by Anja Rutten, who is in the AI work stream. And she's actually working in the university department for which she works in this exact point. And she's actually receiving EU funding for that project. So I think that that is one good starting point, but we have to multiply the efforts. It's true.
Thank you. Next question. One from this side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Anna Manasiewska from the Macedonian Association of Interpreters and Translators. I have a question for Mr. Jimenez. Recently, last year, there was a round of accreditation tests for Macedonian interpreters. I believe 5 colleagues passed in different language combinations, but so far, none of those new interpreters that have been accredited has been invited to work for the Commission, for the Parliament. So I was wondering, and there has been events where interpretation was taking place, and you've also mentioned in your address that you're trying to give new interpreters, newly accredited interpreters, options in order to keep them in the profession. I was wondering whether there has been a change in the procedures, let's say, or what is going on, and why do newly accredited interpreters do not get invited to interpret during events? Thank you.
It's okay? Yeah. I think it's the only microphone that works when the light is off. So I'm getting a bit confused. Yes, thank you very much for the question. First of all, what I want to say is, when I was talking about this program of giving long-term recruitment to newly accredited interpreters, unfortunately, obviously, I was only referring to EU languages, because for those we know that there is a permanent demand for languages which are not yet official languages. We do not know when we will need these languages, and therefore we can't have them in this newcomers scheme. I honestly don't know exactly how many meetings there have been ever since there was accreditation with Macedonian as a language. So I honestly do not know why they have not been invited. But I will try and find out, because the purpose of having colleagues pass an accreditation test is for them to be recruited when there is a need. Immediately, and there's not that many on our roster to believe that well, there were others available or something like that. So I will definitely try and look into this, because they should have been recruited, and we will make sure that this is the case in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one. Over there, thanks.
Hi, I'm Ivanka Rajh from Croatian Association of Conference Interpreters. I'm interested in your opinion regarding smaller languages, and now smaller return languages, and that's where I think French and German, which are threatened, let's say, by English as a general retour. Juan Carlos, you mentioned Spanish, but like even for traditional retour languages like German and French, with lesser interests of students into in humanities, and this is not profitable, we have a problem of intake actually of high quality students who then venture into this kind of also high challenging studies that are the studies of conference interpreting. Do you have any experience, or like have you heard of any good practices where these pairs like Croatian French, German French would be kind of supported like by, I don't know, even international organizations? Because, okay, in international organizations, you can always work with English as a retour, but on the local market, I mean, with French, if you don't work into retour, it becomes a big problem. So do you have any insights? Have you heard of any good practice of maintaining numbers of high quality interpreters into French, German as retours, Spanish?
I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, and it is true that when we have a sudden need for Croatian French or Slovenian French, firstly, it's very rare, and when it happens, it's quite difficult to find the interpreters. That is quite true. The only maybe sort of positive thing I can say, because I'm afraid I can't say anything positive, maybe Juan Carlos can, is that the Council of Europe has just adopted its first language policy. And in that language policy that I had been asked to sort of, chair the working group, there is a very clear reminder that French is one of the official languages and that it's not an option but a statutory obligation. So with a bit of luck, we're going to get a little bit more of the French language and not this domination of the English language. This is really something that we're hoping for. But I can't answer your question. I'm sure my dear colleague can.
I will try. Well, first of all, what I want to say is that there were times when, after Brexit, some people thought that we could do without an English booth. And there was some encouragement to have lots of people, not only in the new languages, but even in those languages where traditionally they were all working into their mother tongue, to encourage retours into English, with the ultimate goal of being able not to have an English booth. This is absolutely a no-go. First of all, I would like to also remind all of you that we still have Ireland as a member state, and Ireland, English is an official language in this country, to start with. But there's also other countries where English has a status as a co-official language. But regardless of all this, there is absolutely no multilingual conference that will happen without an English booth. But on the other hand, I am firmly convinced that in the European Parliament, I know the situation is different in other organizations, in the European Parliament, I want to encourage that people have other retours than English. Why? First of all, because pivots are there for the whole of the team to be able to rely on another booth for certain languages. And I think the more you have pivots in different booths, the better it is for language coverage in the overall team. And this is why, obviously, the English, French, and German used to be the most widely known languages, and therefore the booths where to put the relays or where to give a retour to. But I think by now, Spanish is also at a level where it is perfectly usable as a retour language or as a relay booth. So I'm going to encourage Spanish, not only because of my origins, but simply because Spanish is a very important language worldwide and also in conference interpreting. Not necessarily thanks to Spain, rather to our Latin American cousins, but nevertheless, there we are. Another thing I want to say is there's another reason why I want to encourage retours into other languages than English. And this is because, do you know what the life of an English interpreter or of an interpreter in the English booth rather looks like quite often? They spend 80% of the meeting without opening the microphone. Because delegates, members, many of them speak in English. And then, when there is a language spoken which is not English, the retour is done into English. And for English colleagues, this is very, very frustrating. They're sitting in the booth for the whole of the conference. They need to concentrate because they may have to come in any minute. They cannot just start playing cards. So, and this, I think, is terrible. If you are sitting in a booth the whole day and you are intervening very, very rarely, it is terrible. I remember from my own days as an interpreter when I was doing meetings with Latin American partners, where 80% of the meeting was in Spanish. And we were sitting in the booth and we were basically working very, very little. And then all of a sudden, someone had the bad idea to speak in a different language than Spanish, and we had to come in. And it's terrible, absolutely terrible. So we need to also to take into account the situation of colleagues in the English booth. And therefore, I think we need to have retours into other languages. And we need to encourage other retours already, obviously, at university stage and even at secondary school stage. We need to make sure that foreign languages, or that we have people like my parents who go abroad, raise their children in a different country, and therefore they have two languages as an A language. But basically, it really is important that we diversify retours.
Thank you. I have one more short question for Sally, if I may, and after that we can wrap up this segment and proceed to the coffee break. But first, Sally, you have touched on various technological advancements and how the Council of Europe is actively crafting the future of our profession by trying to stay ahead of the game. So looking ahead, which generation of interpreters do you think will face the greater challenge? Those who worked mostly without the aid of machines, relying solely on their skill and memory, or the next generations who will have AI and other technologies at their disposal, but perhaps new kinds of complexities to navigate, such as the toxic sound, as you have mentioned, or exposure to various electronic devices. Why not?
Thank you. Thank you for that not very easy question just before the break. I would tend to say from where I'm standing now that it's the next generation. But then I think, wait a minute, I said earlier that the Nuremberg trials was the first technological revolution. And the interpreters who only did consecutive at the time used to say, simultaneous is a disaster, it's the end of our profession, we're not going to be able to do it, and look at us. So I think I just trust interpreters' extraordinary ability to adapt to their new environment, and that the next generation will perform as easily and as well as our generation today with the new tools. That's what I would say. Can I just finish on a positive note, because I find I ended on a rather negative one in the previous. But to answer the colleague who was talking about newly accredited interpreters, those countries, they might not be member states of the EU, but they're member states of the Council of Europe. And in the Council of Europe, we don't have the ability to organize accreditation tests. Maybe now with Juan Carlos, I'm thinking we should probably have a sort of system that allows him to share with me the identity of interpreters who've succeeded in the accreditation tests. But if you have succeeded in an interpretation test, write to me, because I actually have quite a bit of work in those countries. So on a more positive note this time.
Thank you. Hvala svima na pitanjima. Idemo na pauzu za kafu. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions. Before we proceed, Professor Nataša Šofranac of the Belgrade University Faculty of Philology would like to briefly touch on one of the previous presentations. So, Professor Šofranac, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rhea. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I apologize. I'm standing now between you and this fantastic presentation by our distinguished guest, Haris Ginos. Just very briefly, to quickly respond to what Mr. Jimenez said. I'm an ACI, SCIC freelance, and I'm also professor of the University of Belgrade, and just wanted to quickly say that, we do have a conference interpreting course for our master students running for 2 years. They think it's too long because other master programs last for 1 year only. But we've got 6 hours per week of conference interpreting, consecutive and then simultaneous, enjoying the wonderful booths that were bought by the European Commission to us during the previous accreditation program. Now, the only new thing is this new program, because we launched it 2 years ago. And each year we enrolled 10 master students, fantastic candidates, 10 per year. So obviously we have trained already 20 new young people. I'm sure some of them are listening because I shared the Zoom link to this fantastic event with them. And yes, many thanks to Mr. Jimenez. This is my response, but he also responded even more quickly, fixing some meetings for me, because on Tuesday I will be in Brussels, hopefully to have some fruitful meetings in order to revamp our cooperation with the European Commission, hopefully even more successful than before. So yeah, we do have training for conference interpreters, literary translators too, of course. So yeah, I hope you will encourage some of your kids or people you know to join us for our good master's training program. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry it took too long.
Thank you, Professor. Naš sljedeći plenarni govornik je gospodin Haris Ginos. Gospodin Ginos od 1985. godine radi kao konferencijski prevodilac za sve vodeće međunarodne organizacije, vlade i poslovni sektor. Bio je i potpredsjednik Međunarodnog udruženja konferencijskih prevodilaca od 2021. do 2024. godine. Osnivač je i generalni direktor kompanije Elite Language Services. Također je rukovodilac projekta za standarde koji regulišu usluge konferencijskog prevođenja. Obavljao je rukovodeće funkcije u oblasti zaštite životne sredine i oglašavanja, a posjeduje diplome iz oblasti fizike, vojnih studija, međunarodnih odnosa i financija. Gospodin Ginos govorit će o tehničkim izazovima sa kojima se suočavamo u svakodnevnom radu. Gospodine Ginos, izvolite.
Hello, it's a bit late for Dobro Jutro, but Dobro Jutro, and hvala for the invitation. It's an honor, but even more so a pleasure. There's also always an emotional part when I come to Belgrade, especially because, among others, I see my dear colleague Biljana, who I first met in Brussels. Yes, I'll say that because this young lady was a stagiaire at SCIC in 1985 when I also started work at the institutions. So once again, many thanks to the SKPS for the invitation. Guys, it's a pleasure, ladies mostly and gentlemen, and I also want to say that I feel among family here. People who came from Athens up to Ljubljana and Zagreb are a family, and I'm delighted to be here with you today. So a few things from the last 4 decades of interpreting and a few other things. So I'm here today to argue that we are, of course, experiencing let me not forget. Some abbreviations, but you're all familiar with these. Sometimes, in order to save a few words and time, I will use them in the course of this presentation. So, we experience a Gutenberg moment. Maybe you like Nuremberg moment, Sally, but in the industry they also call it a Gutenberg moment in conference interpreting, and I believe that we need to manage change to safeguard effective multilingual communication, another word, another term for quality. I will also argue that this Gutenberg moment happened because of distance, and that although low tech, this is the change that is still disrupting conference interpreting more than any other. Thanks to platforms, you know what happened. New setups were hastily implemented during COVID to ensure business continuity, and we are still exploring the implications for interpreters, mainly in terms of cognitive load and health. And we have not even started exploring what I call the COVID collateral damage, because our standards, I think, seem to yield to personal preference and convenience, while various other interests promote settings and working conditions that may not always be fit for conference interpreting, and I will be underlining conference interpreting when don't do health or community. The concern is that our rules-based industry is becoming a power-based industry. And I will close this by arguing that, if conclusive, of course, this collective reflection should or could lead to a new pact on conference interpreting that will be fed into and shape a new generation of agreements between interpreters and international organizations. For this new pact, of course, to become reality, our change management must start with a serious, even revolutionary reality check from all stakeholders in the conference interpreting industry. And we all know that change is not easy. So back to our Gutenberg moment and our stop and think exercise. A decade after VoiceBoxer and ZipDX, I don't know if you remember the platforms, and 3 whole years after COVID, the industry is still soul searching. And there are some tough questions around. Most interpreters, for example, are happy repeating the mantra, RSI is here to stay, RSI is here to stay, yet many prefer to rejoice when on-site meetings are back. Some interpreters resist work from hubs, for example, but are still happy to work from home. Many interpreters have more work thanks to RSI, but they become allergic to it when they enter negotiations with management of institutions. Interpretation services that defend the highest standards venture into calls for fully dispersed home alone interpreting. Another issue is why, probably a pertinent question, why do staff and freelance interpreters' opinions on DI diverge so much? Why is DI okay, so to speak, when offered by private contractors, but strongly condemned in the institutional markets? This is just some of the evidence underlying the need to stop and think and to try to more see clearly through what Clausewitz used to call the fog of war, the uncertainty before the battle. So we should be reflecting on how conference interpreting should be done from now on. I will argue that this must be the job of the stakeholders that form the nexus of quality in conference interpreting, consisting of reputable, respected schools of conference interpreting and their university professors and researchers, the interpretation services of international organizations, the institutions, and AIC, of course, the International Association of Conference Interpreters. I will refer to this cluster, the triptych of the guardians of quality in conference interpreting, as the Q3 Alliance for Conference Interpreting. Allow me this abbreviation for the purpose of this presentation. Now, SIDPs rely on the integration of existing off-the-shelf technologies. It's low-tech. It's about transmitting image and sound over long distances since the invention of television. That's easy. Although low-tech platforms, and this does not make them better or worse, but although low-tech, they offer real-time access to information as it is produced, in several languages to practically unlimited numbers of people remotely and irrespective of where speakers and other stakeholders are located. So this is our Gutenberg or Nuremberg moment. Like other technological advances, distance interpreting has not changed everything, of course, and it is important at this point to examine which fundamentals and which rules still apply in the DI era. First of all, it's still about conference interpreting. It works again, thank you. I will present a small clarification related to our ISO 23155 on conference interpreting services. Conference interpreting is the mental processes in the brain of the interpreter, while the conference interpreting service includes everything, the processes in the brain, logistics like booths, conference equipment, technicians, documentation, etc. And conference interpreting is difficult, and bear with me, I know you know very well, but it is important for this presentation. It's difficult because conferences are formal, they are structured, they have a steady flow, you cannot interrupt the speaker for clarifications, prepared, condensed content, specialized content, generally multilingual, speakers read out at speed, more often than not, and these are one-off events that cannot afford to fail, which increase expectations and pressure on conference interpreters, hence stress and need for stress management. So all this is condensed in a statement by Daniel Gilles, I'm sure you all know, who has solidly posited, and this is important for the rest of the presentation, that in conference interpreting, the resulting cognitive load is such that the brain of the interpreter operates continuously close to or at saturation level. So to keep cognitive load within acceptable, manageable levels, conference interpreters rely on teamwork. A key mitigation factor. ISO 23155 explains and stresses the importance of teamwork. Thanks for us interpreters. The co-located boothmate now has an exclusive privilege. She enjoys full multisensory situational awareness and thus enhances the mental capability, the mental resources of the active interpreter and helps him perform at a higher level. We may need this comment to discuss this comment when we go back to AI during the discussion, I'm sure. The human boothmate versus machines. There are many conceptualizations of cognitive load, but in ISO 23155, cognitive load is defined as no, there is something wrong with some slides, but anyway. But the definition of cognitive load is in 23155, the amount of mental effort exerted by an interpreter when interpreting in a given environment. Our colleague and former AIC Vice President Andrew Constable has written extensively on the subject and distinguishes between two types of cognitive load, intrinsic and extraneous cognitive load. This is, by the way, we'll leave the manuscript for a moment. The following diagrams depict the workload, the total of tasks in red that the interpreter faces, and the blue is the more or less standard, depending on the interpreter, of course, the mental resources available to the interpreter. A typical meeting is like this, because we operate more or less on saturation level, as I said earlier. So an easy meeting, though, could be something like that, where there's an excess amount of mental resources available to the interpreter, although a difficult meeting could look like this. These are prepared by NASA, by the way. So the intrinsic cognitive load, Andrew Constable says, is related to the difficulty of the, it's here, yes, to the difficulty of the source speech, the speed of delivery, the density, vocabulary, specialism, etc., related to the capacity of the interpreter. And then Andrew Constable continues and explains the concept of extraneous cognitive load resulting from distance interpreting. This is where distance comes in for the first time. The additional cognitive load caused by factors external to the intrinsic difficulty of the speech or capacity of the interpreter, etc., etc. This is the effort required to compensate the loss of various categories of cues, the reduction of sensory input. And I think Peter is going to mention a few things on this. So in other words, it is the psychological effort to be there without being there. So because of the additional extraneous cognitive load, says Constable, in DI, it is more likely that the interpreter will suffer from cognitive overload, resulting in interpreting error, mental fatigue, or both. Now, conference interpreting, for all these reasons, remains as difficult, at least as difficult as it was. These are the things that have not changed, and the things that have not changed are the three pillars of conference interpreting as described in our standard 23155, where very briefly, at the core, we have the mental processes. The second pillar, it's here, comprises the ad hoc tasks interpreters must execute in view to each assignment, essentially their meticulous preparation. And the outer pillar comprises the logistics on which conference interpreters depend on to perform at their best, booth, equipment, etc. All these, mind you, still apply in the DI environment, in the DI era. In other words, we still need to know that interpreters are qualified interpreters. We need the essence of interpreting, the mental processes, and this is achieved via various Q3 alliance vetting mechanisms, AIC, for example, with membership requirements, institutions with their accreditation tests, and of course universities with entry and final exams. The second pillar is still also relevant. It is embedded in AIC rules and university education, and it is systematically promoted by institutions thanks to sophisticated document management and extensive terminological support. And logistics, of course, are even more critical in hybrid and online meetings compared to the past. So with or without distance, these are the prerequisites even today for conference interpreting. Now, these are the things that have not changed. I've shown you all this. What has changed? In my opinion, from a very high-line strategic point of view, the new things are the emergence of platforms, of course, enabling DI, the emergence of platforms as software as a service, the independent service they provide, irrespective of institutions or individual interpreters. And finally, the third stage that we saw in last years, the emergence of platforms as CISPs, as conference interpreting service providers, and critically, recruiters. We'll have many things to say during the discussion. There are many other consequences, cognitive, psychological, health, economic, business, and that require a different conference. I will stick for today to the key question. What happens in the interpreter's mind? How does all this affect the core of conference interpreting? Pillar one, remember, the mental processes in the interpreter's brain. Many great colleagues and researchers and university professors have explored the subject by exploring various meeting topologies, and there's dozens of them. Some of them are here, the teleconference interpreting, video conference, etc. The hierarchy is huge. And again, I think this is from, yes, this is from Andrew Constable again. This is another very nice effort to put some structure on how things happen in space. Very detailed topologies indeed. I find these efforts really commendable, yet I came to the realization, if I'm right, that the number of possible topologies is too large to lead to useful conclusions, and that what we need instead is a simpler model, placing interpreters at the center of our reflection and our research. Not because we are better or smarter, but this is the subject of our research and our study. So I developed the DI separation model that puts the conference interpreter at the center of the separation hierarchy, which hopefully also offers some methodological simplicity. We try here to describe what happens with each separation of the interpreter from other actors at the conference and how this affects cognitive load. So this is the separation model, which starts studying things from the interpreter's side. The first degree of separation is from the speakers. You are familiar with that. You remember when you first interpreted someone on Skype years ago. Today we work in front of screens, but you cannot approach the speaker for clarifications. You won't get the last printout. You may or may not be able to follow the body language, etc., etc. This is the beginning of the reduction of sensory input and the emergence of extraneous cognitive load, while a reasonable amount of additional stress is also guaranteed. This is again from NASA. It describes how the cognitive load increases from during a typical meeting from more or less along the blue line, how cognitive load increases one step up after separation one. Separation from the audience is the second critical separation. Now, some of all speakers are already away. In addition, you're now located in a booth next door or in a different continent without direct access to your audience. You do not know if people can hear you. You will not see anxious heads turning towards the booth if something goes wrong, no feedback if you're on the wrong channel, etc., which exacerbates uncertainty, and in accordance with the statements of many interpreters, it feels to the feeling of loss of control over the conference. You don't know if they got the joke, etc., etc., and who is the chair pointing to. You're all familiar with this, and this brings me to this one that adds the additional cognitive load on top of the result of the previous separation. The third, and by the way, Bru Diriker, a colleague, professor of translation and interpreting studies at Bogazici University, and a trainer, an AIC trainer, already back in 2004 was writing this about the importance of being able to engage with the audience, social information about participants' feelings, emotions, and attitudes to the other delegates, and what is being discussed is of vital importance to the interpreter as it constitutes the general framework that defines a communication event. I should also, by the way, mention the work of Barbara Moser. I have not quoted her today, but she's done extensive work, very interesting work, and I guess also Andrew Constable has also been inspired by her work on cognitive load, among other things. Separation 3, this is the separation from other booths. This is probably of minor importance concerning cognitive load per se, but here again, there is an uncertainty in case of a relay failure, inability to wave to a booth when a microphone is off, no help concerning an expression in Spanish, and the head of team also faces additional challenges coordinating booths literally lost in space, concerning documentation or the need to prolong a conference or need to stop interpreting because of sound problems. So this separation probably, as I said, has less serious consequences, but here the use of an on-screen application to communicate with other booths constitutes an additional task, let's not forget about that, and therefore is a source of additional cognitive load. So the same diagram. Now the fourth degree of separation, here things start getting more serious when technicians also disappear from the vicinity of interpreters. Removing technicians from the physical proximity of interpreters means that interpreters have no direct, intuitive access to technicians, no one to wave to in case of a problem, no one to quickly fix things. Interpreters are now essentially responsible for their equipment and must take over all or part of the technician's tasks and the tasks of the occasional yet very important meeting moderator. So interpreting becomes an even more complex and more demanding exercise. I call these additional tasks imposed on the interpreters exotic tasks, precisely because they are not related to interpreting per se, exotic in the sense of coming from the outside. And the cognitive load resulting from such tasks I call exogenous. Let's keep this term, let's forget about exotic. I call exogenous cognitive load. So in DI settings involving separation number 4, plus the exogenous cognitive load is added to the intrinsic and extraneous. Why is this all important? Because with each step, separation step, multitasking pushes the brain of the interpreter, already operating close to saturation level, closer and closer, and ultimately far beyond its operating envelope. And this is the result of the unprecedented accumulation of intrinsic, extraneous, and exogenous cognitive load. And at this point, I would like to draw your attention to one more important aspect. Extraneous cognitive load is part and parcel of DI. It's normal, it's natural. As each degree of separation unavoidably reduces the sensory input reaching the interpreter, and therefore generates extraneous cognitive load. Exogenous cognitive load, conversely, is avoidable because it results from loading conference interpreters with tasks that are not related to interpreting per se, and therefore should be performed by someone else. It's as simple as that. We have interpreted for decades without playing technician. I would therefore venture to say that loading interpreters with tasks that are clearly not theirs to perform while interpreting is logically untenable. It's as if you are, since we were talking about pilots with Peter, it's as if you are asking a pilot to perform a cabin check while landing the plane in a storm. So if we are interested in reducing total cognitive load in DI to achieve quality, this is the purpose of all of us here. So apologies to the interpreters. The logical thing would be, on the one hand, to try to mitigate the unavoidable extraneous cognitive load, and on the other, simply eliminate the perfectly avoidable exogenous cognitive load because it simply has nothing to do with interpreting per se. So if this analysis makes some sense to you, then this might be the beginning of a discussion on whether loading conference interpreters with exogenous cognitive load is an acceptable practice in conference interpreting. But there is more. Separation number 5. In step 4, everyone is somewhere all over the planet. With step 5, the 2 or 3 booth mates now also work from different locations, and the booth is spatially split. This unprecedented lack of physical proximity is a really radical departure from conference interpreting as we know it. Haptic contact is impossible. Same with physically sharing documents, pointing your booth mate to a diagram. You know all this, so I will skip the long list. I will only mention the notorious takeover, the turn-taking. Some people mention that as a compounding factor, but I will argue that this is just a small part of the problem. First of all, because platforms have very good tools to carry out the turn-taking. But the main concern is what happens during the remaining 90 minutes and 45 seconds. This is the concern, ensuring critical teamwork during the entire event. Because teamwork now depends on a series of additional tasks requiring additional efforts, in the sense of Daniel Gilles, to overcome barriers to unimpeded intuitive communication. So in terms of cognitive load, separation 5 involves something even more important. Compared to step 4, now we witness much more than a simple quantitative increase of exogenous cognitive load compared to separation 4, that is. In separation 5, and this is important, not only do we impose additional exotic tasks on interpreters, but we also remove from the scene the key cognitive load mitigation factor, the human booth mate, the lifeline extending the interpreter's comfort zone. Well, by the way, the upper blue line is the mental resources of the interpreter, augmented, if you will. thanks to the presence of a collocated booth mate. And this is the lower line is the mental resources available to the interpreter without the, collocated booth mate. So you see that the deficit that we now suffer in a non-collocated environment becomes huge. Of course, all this depends on the interpreter, the setting, the difficulty of the meeting, but more or less this gives you an idea of how, at least I see what happens these days in our booths or at home. So this is the second reason why DI is important. But separation 5, apart from being a modality, being the extreme form of DI, it ushered in a new business model. I will speak for a while without any slide. It's a more political part, and there's nothing in writing here. So these developments include, among other things, the emergence of large, potentially global players in our market that we did not have in the past. We see investment in technology, massive investment in interpreting-related technology, the emergence of one single global marketplace for the reasons you know very well. You can work with a Serbian colleague in Argentina, no problem. We see the increasing importance of very large databases, interpreters' databases, and of course global competition. And we also witnessed the entry of large traditional LSPs, mainly from translation, into the conference interpreting market. Why? Because technology gives them an edge and, of course, a profit margin. This is not good or bad. These are just things happening today. I see that convenience and flexibility make this new business model an invasively attractive model. And it is also the first time, I think, that a category of stakeholders in our industry has held so much power. So consequences for interpreters, and I will just mention a few of the consequences we are facing in the new business model. First of all, a massive entry of interpreters without vetting in the non-institutional markets. And just even if all these are great interpreters, excellent interpreters, just the law of supply and demand means, of course, lower fees. Enforcing good practices, language combination, working hours, team strength, etc., becomes virtually impossible. It's in the cloud. You're not at the Hotel Intercontinental downtown Athens to see your colleagues working. It's a model that guarantees total invisibility, guaranteed anonymity of the voice vis-à-vis the client. And this means reputational damage, and this means lower fees, if you're interested, of course, in fees. The concept of, I'm not sure about the English here, Sally, you may be able to help me, the on-tap interpreting, the concept of instant interpreting. You pay with your credit card, you need English Korean on Friday, 10 to 12, that's it. Let's call it instant interpreting. This is, again, reputational damage, and also the concept of preparation. You remember Pillar 2 disappears, wanes at least, and with it, the part of the fees corresponding to preparation. In other words, clients in this business model are less prepared to pay for preparation because they purchased interpreting with a business card, 10 to 12, that's it, what's your problem? And of course, the blurring of the dividing line between conference interpreting, as we know it, and other types of interpreting, which means lowering clients' expectations. Then the internal competition from cheaper markets, why me buying German from Switzerland instead of buying from a German colleague in Italy or in Greece, but that's a minor issue. And of course, the lack of formality. I will mention that, and we can discuss that later. Maybe Peter has something to say on this. The home does not resonate with the formality of the conferences. Remember the formal character of conferences in the beginning. And it impressed me that several colleagues have told me, when I'm at home, even if zero distractions, even if I have a great studio, fast connection, blah, blah, if I have everything. The fact that I work from home disconnects me from the conference. I take myself and the conference, the conference and myself less seriously. I'm not as good an interpreter as I am in a formal environment. These are about interpreters. For clients, very quickly again, the thing that bothers me is that clients in the fully dispersed system are generally not offered a choice between on-site, hybrid, online. At the office, when my team has questions about how are we going to serve this client, I say, what would you say to your brother if your brother was organizing a conference? What would be the best solution, the best mix of on-site, hybrid, online? Why not? Yes. That's the criterion, the ensuring effective multilingual communication under the best possible circumstances. So about clients, this is the number one. I'm afraid that clients are not informed on the limitations of the home that is in an uncontrolled, informal environment and not propitious for conference interpreting without collocated teamwork. Well, working with a colleague from home sometimes is a good practical solution if there's not something else available. And in a global market, we also see the waning importance of accreditation and AIC membership. Quality takes the backseat to convenience and flexibility. I will skip the rest of the list. So all three pillars of conference interpreting, as we saw it earlier, according to ISO 23155, are now in jeopardy. Pillar one, the quality of the interpreter, accreditation, etc., becomes less relevant. Pillar two, preparation, is weakened because of the on-tap, instant interpreting perception. And three, disappears with the disappearance of the technical support from the side of the interpreter. Houston, we have a problem, as they say. And this brings me to the last and the last part of this presentation. Where do we go from here in this changing world, as we always say? It's not easy to make decisions, first because of lack of conclusive research on the aforementioned modalities. Peter will discuss also the health aspects that I'm not touching upon because I'm not a specialist. Second, the second reason why things are difficult is because of what I call the freedom of choice fallacy. And let me explain. Choice is good. We all like choice. It's our democratic right. It's about our freedom of choice. That is why we're not surprised when colleagues say, I would love to work from home because my girlfriend has a house in Santorini and it would be ideal. Or I prefer on-site because, I became interpreters, to go out, travel and meet people. Or I have a baby and I can only work from home, or I'd love to work only from home. Why do I mention that? Because these views are all relevant and respected, but they distract our attention from the core debate about how conference interpreting should be done, about standards and rules, not real reality. So this fallacy is suddenly so strongly embedded in the public debate that few experts, I'm afraid, are brave enough to go out and say publicly that when it comes to quality, this personal preference is simply totally irrelevant. And this is with all due respect, let me clarify this, we're talking about standards and rules, like we all respect the rule, for example, that we do not work more than 45 minutes, or etc., etc. How would you answer a colleague who would say, I personally prefer, I can work 3 hours without a break, and then I would like to go home because I have other things to do. This is the kind of how preference is diluting our debate on quality. The third reason, and this I call the COVID collateral damage. This is the perception that the in extremis arrangements that we quite rightly implemented during COVID are still acceptable today. COVID collateral damage is the skewed conviction that what worked in survival mode can be the part of the new normal. And I keep telling my colleagues that, yes, we may have operated a soldier on the battlefield to save a life without anesthesia, but this is not how we built our hospitals today. And that RAF probably sent pilots after 10 hours of training to the front, but that's not the level of training you expect from the Airbus pilot who drives you to Brussels every other week. And by the way, there is another, and this is important to discuss, I think, later, another COVID collateral damage. Teamwork in the booths, in real booths, with real colleagues. There's some sort of complacency. This is just my personal observation. After we survived in large, great booths one by one during COVID, now many colleagues tend to feel that it's okay. We don't need to work as in the past. And they need, I don't know, maybe we all need some sort of retraining to remind our colleagues that this is how it was done and that's how it should be done. So this complacency, I call that also part of the COVID collateral damage. So what is, or maybe at stake, it's the guidelines, the best practices at institutions, the ISO standards, and university education. I think Katerina mentioned Monterrey earlier. That was another blow, indeed. I didn't know Mr. Tartakover, but I knew the phrase. I looked him up. He was a famous chess champion, Russian, Polish, Jewish, Austrian, a strange mix. Anyway, he said, and this I love this phrase, the tactician knows what to do when there is something to do. The strategist knows what to do when there's nothing to do. So I'm saying this, I'm quoting this because I think the Q3 Alliance, the Quality Alliance, has no choice but to be the strategist in this critical juncture, and we need to come up with rules and guidance and guidelines for the post-COVID landscape. And these must be, no, I don't have that, but these rules must be of general application, as our rules have always been, may be fact-based, not factor in business interests, and be defined by experts. It's not a matter of a referendum here. It's not a matter of personal preference. For this, interpreters must answer some tough questions. Do we or do we not believe RSI is here to stay? We need one answer for all, please, not just for poor freelancers. Why hub work is okay in the private sector, but a big no-no when it comes to international organizations, or there is so much reluctance. And how is it possible that interpreters who work in Home Alone are allergic to work from hubs with teamwork and technical support? And why is Home Alone suddenly okay when an institution entices interpreters with a considerably higher fee? Distance interpreting is also a global matter, requiring a global answer. Are interpreters ready to adopt a high-level position on how DI should be done? At present, and this concerns my organization, AIC, this is left in the hands of negotiations. This is a delicate point. If each delegation negotiates separately on DI, the risk is that, even with the best will and the best knowledge, the result will be different from one institution to the other. And I think this does not contribute to the credibility of our organization. We need one answer to all. We lose our credibility as interlocutors of institutions. And importantly, this is again strictly my personal opinion, are interpreters ready to discuss openly with institutions their needs, with whom interpreters share so much all these decades? And many other tough questions. Again, I will stop here. There are questions also for the institutions. How do they see their role as members of the Q3 Alliance, and if they intend to compete, as we would like them to see competing for a large share of interpreting worldwide? And
how about the need to re-engineer operations, maximize flexibility, reduce response times, etc., etc. And seen from the interpreter's point of view, could we expect assurances concerning co-located teamwork, which seems to be at the center of this debate? There are challenges for universities. I'm not expert there. I haven't taught anyone anything ever. But I think focusing to partially, to in part answer the previous question, I think focusing on the intellectual profile of young interpreters, this could be a good way to attract more interpreters. Multilingual profile is fine, but even in 23155, the intellectual skills come first before the multilingual ones. And perhaps universities could focus on the intrinsic and extraneous cognitive load and tell young interpreters they are not trained to become conference technicians or meeting moderators. These tasks are incompatible with conference interpreting, because the temptation, may be for the tech-savvy young interpreters to play Superman or Superwoman, but let's face it, the human brain in the last 5 years has not evolved at all. On the evolutionary time scale, the medical doctor may say a few things about that, it's nanoseconds. Our brain is the same. So familiarity with technology is one thing. Disregarding the limits of the human brain is another. And this is the last page, I promise. Amidst the present agonizing confusion for everyone, it all boils down to the need for the Q3 alliance, I feel, to first agree on how conference interpreting should be done in the new era. And this is a brave step. This could be a brave step, which I have dubbed a new pact on conference interpreting, a fact-based, common, high-level understanding that could then inform the next generation of agreements to be entered between AIC and the institutions. And the key points of which could be, I'm just rambling now, in situations where humans provide conference interpreting. This may be a different presentation 5 years down the road. The Q3 Alliance agree at least that in the DI era, the overarching need and guiding principle is to keep cognitive load within acceptable limits. This is the key of conference interpreting, with or without distance. Then there should be a clear dividing line to be reckoned with. On the one hand, the interpreting related tasks, interpreting per se, intrinsic, remember, and extraneous, and on the other, the exotic tasks, the exogenous tasks and work load, cognitive load, that severely, at the end of the day, compromises quality. I will maintain also during the discussion later that the best cognitive load mitigation measure remains the human booth mate, in other words, collocated teamwork. And I think it is time that the Q3 Alliance agree that conference interpreting, yes, can be extensively delivered remotely. Can be extensively delivered remotely, with conference interpreters working as a co-located booth for each language, with adequate technical support, and provided that ISO technical standards are complied with, mainly to address health concerns. I promised not to touch upon health. And that we can discuss also ISO matters more openly with institutions, more transparently, and perhaps admit interpreters among ISO delegations. And then that we interpreters open-mindedly agree on arrangements that will enable institutions to offer more flexibility, availability, and convenience to their clients. I think this will be a great win-win outcome. This would require a really very high-level negotiation, I think, between one or more institutions, perhaps, who knows, and AIC on the other hand. And at this point, I will conclude with an optimistic note. I think we can be ambitious, like our predecessors in the profession, because we know that, there's no doubt about that we know how multilingual communication at conferences should be done. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Our Q3 Alliance mission, I think, is to set standards and steer change. We are accountable vis-à-vis of thousands of interpreters and hundreds and thousands of clients alike. The next slide you will see is the one with which I almost obsessively close my presentations these years, because it's about change and change management. It's William Deming, the management guru, among other things, who said the famous phrase, "It is not necessary to change, you know. No worries. Survival is not mandatory anyway." But my last phrase today will be from George Orwell. I would paraphrase and bid farewell to this very patient and wonderful audience, saying that, this is the paraphrase, "In times of confusion, being brave enough to show the way forward is a revolutionary act." So, hvala, thank you very much, and ευχαριστώ.
Zahvaljujemo gospodinu Ginosu na izuzetno značajnom izlaganju u kojem je istakao kako prevođenje na daljinu unosi dodatno kognitivno opterećenje i stres, naročito zbog smanjene povezanosti sa kolegama i učesnicima, kao i zbog novih zadataka koji prevazilaze samu prevodilačku ulogu. Naš sledeći govornik je gospodin Petar Laslo Herbert, član AIK-a i akreditovani prevodilac institucija Evropske unije. Petar Laslo Herbert rođen je u Transilvaniji i odrastao u trojezičnom okruženju. Do 2006. godine radio je u predbolničkoj hitnoj medicinskoj pomoći. Petar sebe opisuje kao posrednika između izgovorenih i neizgovorenih reči i kultura Srednje i Istočne Evrope. Posebno ga zanima očuvanje dobrog zdravlja prevodioca u sve zahtevnijem radnom okruženju. Pozivam našeg sledećeg govornika da nam se obrati i molim vas da ga pozdravimo.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, thank you so much for inviting me to your conference. Biljana again is the culprit. It is my second participation to this international conference of the Serbian Association of Conference Interpreters. And I was invited first to speak as yet another participant and to participate in the AIK outreach component and discussion that will take place later. But then I heard, well, Peter, you could tell us something about the health of interpreters. And I'm honored to be on this panel with such a distinguished group of panelists, established interpreters and decision makers. And it's never easy to be the last speaker, but I'll try to give you, in brief, a new, maybe a more comprehensive perspective on interpreter health than is discussed currently. As discussions on health have emerged mainly after the pandemic concerning auditory health, especially, and related to compressed sound and toxic sound. But I think there's more to it, and I'm not alone in this with this opinion. I have volunteered and I've been accepted to be a member of the AIK Science Hub's Health Work Stream. This is a new structure, the Science Hub, that in AIK has replaced the previous THC, Technical and Health Committee, consisting of 5 work streams, and there are high experts in the field of artificial intelligence, of distance interpreting. There's a technical work stream. There's our health work stream, and there's a research work stream as well. So 5 work streams consisting of AIC members who are also experts in their fields. I have always been involved in health and the medical field. I started as a first aid instructor, then I became a paramedic, and then I became a doctor, and then I stayed an interpreter. So this is why I'm also involved in these efforts to set a baseline, to be of assistance to colleagues in AIC, and not only in AIC, but also in the profession. And this is why I want to give you a somewhat more extended version of health, not just a more comprehensive view. We will be talking a bit about compressed sound, because, and I will touch upon DI, and Haris has set the bar high for me now, because he already referred to me several times during his speech. But hopefully you will take away my message today, which is there's more things we could do about our health. There are many things we're doing and we're not aware that they affect our health. And of course, health practices need time to change, because everyone has a different opinion on health. And speaking of using AI in preparation for a conference, I asked ChatGPT, how would you visually represent the state of complete health, mental and physical, notably of a conference interpreter who mitigated all risks, who is above all problems posed by DI, and show me a picture of him. And so this is the result. The interpreter sitting in a cloud where all the problems are checked, which is the workplace is in a cabin, outside the sun is shining, mountains, fresh air, all problems solved. Well, hopefully we'll be as close as possible to that state at some time, but let's see what health means to each of us. In the old times, booths were not very heavily equipped. There was a microphone, there was the big mute button on next to it, papers, but hey, I found in old pictures of interpreter booths an ashtray. And people were smoking. I've never lived to see that in the booth, or maybe outside the booth, but they were smoking on an airplane those days anyway. And it took decades to realize that that is a risk, a serious health risk, especially in a small cubicle like 2 meters over 2 meters over 2 meters, where you desperately need ventilation. And today we have different other features of our workplace which could be seen maybe in 20 years of now, I hope it will not last that long, as a potential risk, like excessive lighting and spotlights, which produce a lot of heat, which heat up the spaces in which we work, and then we need extra air conditioning to cool them down. But then air conditioning is not very nice for our general health, for our voices, etc. So we need to see where this is taking us. And I must come back to a quote. The Director General, he said, boots are like nowadays like a cockpit of an airplane. And it struck me when I watched this booth on the right side, the contemporary booth, when our own devices of interpreters, a laptop each, a phone each, maybe a tablet, and other devices, not to speak about the monitors that are now mounted in the booth, that is something new that we don't even know what effect it has, because we don't know because we still have to measure it and still have to evaluate it, and we still lack research on it. So for me, it was interesting how to integrate my talk into the general debate on AI and the DI and the risks and the new landscape. And these results of an IEC survey show that the first, top 3 items of worries of interpreters, they relate to AI, DI, to new technologies, but they do not involve health, and health comes in only 5th. And then it's auditory health only. And I said, okay, so we're still in top 10. That makes me viable as a member of the health work stream. Let's see the health concerns that are posed by these new technologies. And if you boil it down to the hardware, to what the hardware of these new technologies does, it's mainly electric devices, electronic devices, it's electromagnetic fields, it's non-ionizing radiation with all the Wi-Fi antennas that we use. Yeah? In the Nuremberg trials, it was long cables, and we heard legends, of people compromising those cable connections to get a break. And it was easy to do that. Now everything is well established, functioning in order, but we don't know yet what the health effects could be. And there are some researches that have been already published, but it's quite little. And the pandemic provided a good opportunity to research the field, because everybody was connected remotely, and then who would be the first cohort to compare the new risks to? Call center workers, because they are somewhat close to, in their working environment, to what we do. Of course, their work is completely different. So for these new technologies, they have emerged and set the standard for distance interpreting, and they concern us in distance interpreting mode especially. And you heard it before, poor audio and poor video are features of this new technology, and they also cause health damage, but not only directly because of compressed sound, but also because the technology that is used in distance interpreting means that the interpreter is less in control of what he does, and beyond all the compressed sound and the spikes and the acoustic shocks, the interpreters need to integrate somehow the command of the technology into their work, which leads to this extraneous cognitive load, a term coined by our friend Andrew Constable, and now extended by exogenous cognitive load by our friend Harris. And then I will dwell a bit on the interpreter isolation, which I think is even more important. And we've talked about it theoretically, and you touched upon it very well, but I would take the idea further, because the lack of control we have and the cognitive dissonance that appears, this is a term that refers to the fact that I have a hard time believing what I see or what I experience with my own sensory apparatus. Yes? The cognitive dissonance appears, for instance, when you work in a different time zone, when you say, hello friends, welcome to this beautiful conference center, but actually the interpreter is sitting co-located or not, somewhere else in a different country maybe, and it's not cold, but it's very hot, and etc., etc. And the brain has to adapt to it. It's not just that, don't just consider the mental process, there is an impact on the brain to process all this information. Plus you have new devices, you have backup channels with colleagues that you have to master. And this all gives, results in an uncertainty that, if not mitigated and if not addressed, will lead to anxiety. In the lack of support from friends, from colleagues, from technicians, if you are working, for instance, in a hub. There's just one thing further than anxiety, when you can't do it anymore. And that's exhaustion, that's fatigue, chronic fatigue, and that's burnout. And we have been talking about professional burnout for a decade or so at least, in many different fields, but in the interpreter, it's something that is really bad, because we work more than others with our brain, with our sensors, and when there's a sensory overload or a mismatch between what you should hear and what you hear, then you're faster and you're closer to the burnout. So, famous question, yes? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Everyone is asking this question in Zoom meetings, in team meetings, in international conferences, as if the technicians had not already set up the connection in full. And this is because the brain of an interpreter, but also of the speaker connecting, needs reassurance that I am not here, but I am in Bologna and attending the other conference that is held today. Yes? And this is because the brain is, by evolution, trained to believe what it sees. This is why children spend time, hours and hours, in front of a TV, because they just see something that is a new and different reality for them, and it's so attracting. Yeah? So interpreters of the same booth may be co-located but not. If they're co-located, that already in the new effort model proposed by Harris, the cognitive load may be already a bit addressed and a bit reduced. If they're not co-located, then it becomes different. The same goes with good morning, good evening. We had it recently in the AIC General Assembly, which was held by a core team in Geneva, but with people participating from all around the globe. And it was so difficult to choose the time of the debates, because for some it was 3 a.m. and for some it was 6 p.m. and they were in traffic. And so this anxiety, cognitive dissonance thing is something that should not be underestimated, even if colleagues say, actually, I like it more when I'm at home. And this could be a symptom of, I really couldn't face getting, the old conditions, getting back to my old working style anymore, because I would need to actually address the things that I'm, already bearing and accumulated in terms of anxiety, of uncertainty. I become uncertain. Yeah? That makes it difficult for some going back to the real hub, to the real booth. Sorry. Few words about compressed sound. I'm not good at drawing, and I didn't know how to represent good sound versus bad sound, toxic or not. The thing is that sound is also a wave that has an amplitude, and it includes sounds of different frequencies. The human voice, my voice, starts at maybe 60 hertz, And it also has frequencies from the range of 14 to 16,000 hertz, which is the upper limit, more or less, of what we hear. If a machine cuts away everything above 12,000 hertz and everything below 65, just because it's more convenient to pack it into easily transportable data format to ensure seamless transmission of a video conference, then the ear will not receive the full information. What do we do then? We turn the volume on. We listen to a louder input, which is just as bad. Yes, but it's louder, and maybe, hey, we get some context, and maybe we've seen also some mimic, some gesture, and we understand that it's fact and not packed. If you have ever taken an audiogram, not just a tonal audiogram, but also vocal audiogram, where you have to recognize words and repeat words that you are hearing, you may sometimes have a difficulty, real difficulty, understanding the difference between fact and packed. But if in fact you take away the high frequencies, then it's packed that you get. So an additional effort, this is how we see the additional effort translated into of DI in the context of bad sound and good sound. And this is what compressed sound is about. There is a possibility, and those of you who have more technical knowledge on the hardware for the DI, used in DI, you can surely confirm that there is possibility to compress less if the connection is better, if the software allows for transmission of a larger package of data. And so good sound can be actually achieved in DI. However, bad sound and toxic sound will not only affect your hearing. And this is where we leave auditory health, although it still concerns the ear. It can impact your balance as well, and your other neurologic functions. And this is why I chose this image, because it's the blue part of the inner ear apparatus shows that related to balance, and the pink or lilac one, the one related to hearing. And you probably all know the hearing problems that can arise after experiencing an acoustic shock or a big spike. It's like it's tinnitus. It's a bang in the ear. It can be many things, but it also can relate to balance, vertigo or dizziness. You have to hold on to something. You feel that you are, especially when you have been sitting in a bad posture and with all your muscles contracted because you were concentrating, and maybe you had your elbows on the table, and looking into that microphone and speaking very with high concentration to that microphone, and then you stand up and you're dizzy. Well, it's because of muscular contraction, but it's also because your ears are strained. And I mentioned PTSD because sometimes after acoustic shocks, one can experience the symptoms of PTSD, which is basically a dysregulation of the sensory integration of all senses in your body. And it, of course, goes with hypervigilance and insomnia and many other things. We don't want to go there. Speaking of the ear, there's something else that many of you might not consider an issue. But since we are interpreters and we're working with our ears, the toxicity of many drugs on the ear, not just of the physical sound, is also important to know about. Yes? Basically what happens is that drugs via different, in this case, chemical mechanisms, produce damage to the inner ear, which concerns, as we said, hearing and the vestibular, that is the the equilibrium, the balance sense. And the signs, guess what? Just as in acoustic shock. Yes? Tinnitus, one-sided, double-sided, exacerbated, permanent, whatever, it can be just even confounded. But then you will also have vertigo or balance disorders. Oscillopsia, by the way, refers to a distorted perception of static objects that seem to be moving, especially in low light. So you look at something and you think it's moving, but it's not. And that could be a sign of ototoxic, of toxicity or damage to the inner ear. Now, the drugs that you will see here are quite familiar to many of them, many of you. Yes? Everybody has taken already some gentamicin, tobramycin, streptomycin, kanamycin, eye ointment, you know. But even less, even easier to use because they don't need prescriptions are so-called non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Aspirin, ibuprofenum, Nurofen, as the trade name goes. These can be ototoxic, especially if you're exposed to a loud environment at the same time when the drug takes its effect. So I have a headache. I'll take an aspirin before I board the plane. Yeah? And then I take another aspirin because I have these effervescent tablets, and I take another one in the plane, and it might be a strong tablet, and it might be the fifth tablet, but it is a scientifically established fact that after 6 grams a day, you can lose your hearing permanently if you're not lucky. Those among, I mean, we're not getting younger, those among you who take diuretics, maybe for a cardiac condition, should be aware that furosemide in the long term, that is chronically taken, can have an ototoxic effect, especially when there's an issue of kidney insufficiency. When you get to kidney failure, the doctor will know you should not take too much furosemide. And some of the heavier drugs are explicitly ototoxic. I hope you will never be in the position to use platinum-based chemotherapeutics, but they are quite well known to be ototoxic. About opioids, they're maybe the most spectacular drugs I will mention today. Not that I'm promoting them, and I never heard of an overdose in interpreters until now, but for instance, on the American continent, they're quite heavily overprescribed as painkillers, and you should be aware of that. The risks in taking any of these ototoxic drugs is especially heightened when you take several of these drugs together at the same time. If during the treatment with these drugs you are exposed to loud environments, think of white noise. White noise is something very damaging to those of you, of us who are flying. Don't feel bad if you use some earplugs during the airplane, during an air trip, because you will not listen to anything else anyway. So just protect your ears, as you should, and we should protect our eyes as well. Sally Bailey said, we hear with our ears and we understand with our eyes. The eyes integrate most of the information that in the end will make sense in our brain, or will be put together to form a meaningful idea. So from here, I want to as a giveaway to insist that if you know that you'll be taking an ototoxic drug, go to an audiologist and get your hearing tested before, maybe during if it's a longer treatment, and definitely afterwards, so you see where you are compared to the baseline. You see, I'm already holding on. I'm not comfortable standing, but sitting is even worse than standing. And there's a saying, I've learned it over a decade ago, that sitting is the new smoking, they call it. You can call it as well, that. The right posture is very important for an interpreter, because as interpreters we sit in the booth, and then we sit in the car, and in the airplane, and even in the train we sit. But we're not only sitting, we're sitting very tight, because we are concentrating. And that makes these strains on the vertebral column even more important. And new technologies, handheld new technologies, have a very strong effect on our posture, on our vertebral arteries that just behind or inside our vertebrae go up and feed the brain with oxygen. So if a handheld device makes you look down, you carry your ligaments, your muscles carry a very, very heavy weight. And that will affect not only the blood flow to your brain, but will affect your voice in the end, because you're curbing your trachea, which provides the air pressure to go through your vocal folds. So yes, booth comfort matters, and think of it, maybe it seems common sense, but not all colleagues go in and adjust the height of the seat of the chair that they're sitting on. And it should be a habit for everyone to, adjust to the good height. And of course, when you work for large institutions and for the European institutions, you have the best of them all, and you have quite expensive chairs in your booths, and you have good lighting, and you have good ventilation. But try to make sure, even outside these institutions and in these institutions, always to have a good chair to sit on, because you will spend your whole working day on that chair. And that will not do you good, because, as I said, it reduces your blood flow through your vertebral column, but also from your lower limbs. That could be a risk of thrombophlebitis, of thrombosis. As I said, the muscular contraction in paravertebral postural muscles can also lead to dizziness. Yes. Do some exercise if needed. You might have seen people massaging their temporomandibular joints, and if you do it, you will feel big pain, but also you will feel instant production of saliva. It's when your muscles relax that you can really release tension from this joint, which is very, very close to the cochlea, to that snail of the inner ear. And because in the inner ear and in the cranium there's no space to expand, any inflammation concerning the ear will result in damage of those tiny little hair cells in the inner ear. Because if I have a local inflammation to my arm, it allows for swelling, for edema, but not in these tiny little caves carved in our skull. I mentioned vertigo several times. The eye strain, I did not insist here. There are quite good studies on eye strain, on excessive screen fatigue, they call it. And because we integrate most of the information by means of our eyes, protecting the eyes is very important. Last thing I'm going to talk about is the impact of traveling. Many of you, are traveling intensely. I've traveled 5.5 hours in our family car to get here. It was still better than flying around Europe to get with 2-3 connections to get here and also sit in the airplane. So When we prepared for our Lima General Assembly in January, this was actually one of the first documents we produced in the healthware stream. We were requested to issue some air travel tips. You know, very common sense, very simple to achieve, and we also produced a different sheet that was called Seated Exercises for When Sitting Extended Hours. And it really helps. It really helps, and it's good to move up and down the aisle if the airplane and your neighbor allows, but also consider jet lag if you have to travel for more than 3 or 4 hours or more than two time zones. That already can affect you. And if you have to travel transcontinentally, ask your employer whether they would grant you an arrival day, a non-working arrival day, just to be sure that you will be having optimum cerebral brain resources for the next working day. With travel, I want to touch very shortly upon the subject of sustainability, because travel can be done wisely. Travel can be done well if you prepare for it, but sometimes you don't need to travel, or you can do things, and sometimes DI helps in that. I considered a hub if travel is long or complicated, yes. Group transfers are always nice because you're not alone. Again, don't be alone. And I really like, because I'm traveling a lot, I really like to travel energy efficient, route efficient, and one thing that I learned from my daughter is avoid big data use. Not just when traveling, but generally, because she said, "Daddy, you're ruining the environment, you know how much energy it costs to send emoticons instead of just replying yes, dear." Okay, so that is thanks to my daughter Nora. Basically, as a conclusion, our health concerns are not much different of the health concerns of the general populations, but new technology, and especially DI, as applied new technology in our work, has modified this triangle. I like to represent it like this. Yes, we should be concerned about what happens in the eye. We should definitely talk about stress, increased stress, and sometimes maybe it's not a bad idea to talk to our colleagues non-collocated after or before the assignments, to have debriefing, to not leave them alone with their uncertainties, because that can have a great impact, and it can take off the pressure that many of us feel when they have to work in DI, when they have to work with a new colleague in DI. So just a few messages to take away. I think distance interpreting can be fun. It can be done nicely. It helps if teams are stable, let's say for the same customer, for the same organization, when you know each other. I've recently been asked, can you do this and this meeting? It will be DI, I'm working from home. And I surprised myself saying, and who's my colleague? That was the first question. Oh, with that one, no problem. We can work as easily and as good as being in the same booth because we know each other so well. And then later I realized it's because it's just taking away my stress and my anxiety. And beyond all these technical requirements that we always ask for, and the increased team strength and more breaks and shorter working days. What I would really, and yes, you can, I would suggest if you want to look at them, take a look at the new IEC guidelines on the distance interpreting, which were published in May, and they're freely available, not only for IEC members, but for all interpreters on the IEC website, on the resources. I would make a strong plea to take care of yourselves. Think of not only of acoustic shocks, and talk to your colleagues. Don't stay alone if you have a problem, and if you have a problem, check it quickly with an audiologist, with a doctor of any specialty, because you have to move, you have to have a good locomotory system to get to your new assignment. I'm amazed how many people neglect their feet, for instance, because I learned from a customer that good shoes will take you to your next customer. Only good shoes, nothing else. Yes, and there I am. I hope I could give you some new news about your health and some new prospects, and I hope they're positive. Thank you. Can I just have... That's what I wanted to offer you. I was just so thirsty, I had to take a sip first. The two QR codes are two business cards that you can save to your phone. The one is my own, and the other one is leads to the email address of the IEC Health Workstream. The Health Workstream is open to all IEC members and to all other interpreters equally. So please make use of it, and if you have any questions or any inquiries, or would like to know which type of audiogram would be, we're not all doctors, but we are a few are even practicing doctors, surgeons. We have the expertise pooled in this group, and maybe we can give you some advice that's useful to you. Thank you.
Zahvaljujemo gospodinu Petru Laslu Herbertu na izuzetno promišljenom i upozoravajućem izlaganju, koje nas je podstaklo da dublje razmislimo o zdravstvenim rizicima poput tinitusa, gubitka ravnoteže, vrtoglavice, a koje donose ubrzana digitalizacija i primjena novih tehnologija u konferencijskom prevođenju. Upravo ovakvi doprinosi pomažu da struka ne bude samo pasivni posmatrač, već aktivan učesnik u oblikovanju profesionalne budućnosti. Sada ćemo napraviti pauzu za ručak, a sledeći segment započet ćemo pitanjima i odgovorima. Hvala. Bon appétit.
Čujemo se? Dobro. Dear colleagues, can you take your seats, please? We should resume.
Hvala. Poštovane koleginice i kolege, nastavljamo sa radom nakon pauze za ručak. Nadamo se da ste se osvežili i odmorili. Sledi kratak segment pitanja i odgovora u vezi sa prezentacijama gospodina Harisa Ginosa i Petra Lasla Herberta. Budite slobodni da postavite pitanja našim govornicima. Izvolite.
Can I ask the question? Thank you very much for the presentations from before lunch. It was really, really very, very interesting. And I was wondering, I would like to share with you one statistical piece of data that we have from the Croatian market. So it's a very small market. But according to our survey from 2024, over 40% of the respondents of this survey said that they didn't have any inquiries for distance interpreting within the last 2 years. Which leads me to two conclusions. One that I like to believe and one that I'm afraid is the case. The first one is that our clients have realized that distance interpreting, if done properly, is not necessarily cheaper than on-site interpreting. That's what I would like to believe. But I'm afraid that the answer to the question is that probably the distance interpreting jobs are done by non-professional conference interpreters. And my question is, how can we reach them to make them aware of the health risks, the standards that they might want to apply, and so on and so forth? Because my impression is that mostly we are preaching to the choir. We are gathering at conferences because we are interested in all those questions. But it seems to me that we cannot get through to the people who should hear these things. Because most of us here, or all of us here, are aware of this, and we keep ourselves informed. But what about those who do not mingle with us, so to say? How can we make them aware of all these things that you've talked about previously? To both of you.
Now it works. I'm a bit taken by surprise by your question, not because I don't have an opinion on DI, but I expected a health-related question or feedback. And this is why I thought maybe Meharis would answer first, but it's no problem. I think there's indeed a missing link between the interpreters and the service providers, and then another link and connection has to be established or re-established maybe between the service providers as a whole, meaning tech and interpreters, and the customers, the employers. It's been said, it has been said in the morning that very often the customer does not know exactly what your needs are, and just as and this is why they're not interested so much in what our worries are related to working in distance interpreting in remote mode. And I think, of course, professional organizations can help, but also I think promoting the standards that can make DI fun and efficient and good these standards need to be promoted also by decision makers and people. I don't want to put the interpreter in the last rank, in the inferior rank of the whole of a hierarchy, because I think we're equally important, not in a hierarchical relationship with tech providers and customers. But I think lobbying and promoting the standards and the needs and showing what we can do with the proper DI tools would be convincing, easily convincing customers to offer or to consider the appropriate environment, working environment, and the appropriate tools. The reason why there's a discrepancy, in my opinion, personal opinion, between what we have and what we could have, also relates to not knowing each other's needs well enough. I recently attended in one of our AIC PRIMS meetings a very, very interesting discussion panel among interpreters and audio-video technology providers. And it was a frank discussion about what they think of interpreters and what interpreters think of the tech guys. And, every side came out with their opinion. And then in the end, we were quite relieved to find out that actually we have more things in common than we have separating us. And I think if Croatian interpreters had no DI assignments in the past few years, that might be also something specific to the market, not necessarily because others are taking their work and working on the gray market, but because maybe the Croatian market is limited in volume or is very specialized because of the language combinations that are possible. There are less international organizations. I don't know why, but I would be looking into that and definitely try to contact potential employers or the employers before COVID, let's say so, traditional employers and technicians who are now considered to be the masters of the new technology, to see what has gone rogue in the process.
Thank you for your answer. We have another question here. Okay.
Well, it would take really an hour this time. It's a market question. It's the $1 million question. Us and our clients. And there was one more slide that I did not show you. Another management guru, Peter Drucker, who said the purpose of a company, of a corporation, is to find a client. So in the quest of our clients, there are dozens of things that we can do. The visibility, the marketing, the content marketing, direct contacts, memberships. We can discuss these things if you want. But to go back to the start of your question, the invisibility of the home alone market is exactly this. The part of the market that disappears will disappear forever, because it will go to people who are not even interpreters. They may be interpreters. Some of them may be also good interpreters. But this is a part of the market that will just vanish into thin air forever. It will never go back to you. Otherwise, marketing-wise, I have many things to say, but I don't know. I'm not sure that was the purpose of your question. Otherwise, the same problem is everywhere. And every time a colleague from some other country says, in Croatia we have these problems, etc. I remember the IMF guys who came in Greece 2010, and the Greek government started explaining that, but here we have tax evasion and we have high VAT and a huge tax gap, etc., etc. They said, guys, we've been in 132 countries. All the countries have exactly the same problems. And this is what I feel when I visit colleagues in various countries. Believe me, we have exactly the same problems.
Thank you for your answer. We had another question here.
Yes. I'm very glad you asked this question because this is actually what I wanted to follow up on. Mr. Harris, I really appreciated your presentation, and especially, as you said, the freedom of choice fallacy. And the examples that you've given on how people opt for RSI because, for example, I have a baby at home and I want to work from home, or I would just like to spend my day in PJs and work if that's possible. So my question goes to you and the gentleman from the European Parliament. To what extent do you think that we should be also working on raising awareness among the freelancers who very often are exposed to this option? I want to work from home, or I would just like to work for 2 hours and then somebody else will take on, because I'm pretty sure that many of you will agree this is a true derogation of the standards. And as you said yourself, we should be reminding ourselves of how things should be done. So as much as education is important for the interpreters and to focus on the education of the interpreters to have highly qualified interpreters, I believe that we should also be working on raising awareness of the actual standards, regardless of the mode that we are working on. I mean, you will probably agree with me that no in-house European Parliament interpreter will say, well, today I'm going to just be working in my PJs and I'm going to work for 3 hours and then somebody else will take on, right? So how do you see the situation, and what do you think, who bears the burden of this focus? Thank you. Just introduce yourself. My name is Tina. I'm a court conference interpreter for English language.
That was also for...
Sorry? No, my name is Tina Samatic, and I'm a court and conference interpreter for English languages, and I'm also here today as a representative of the Association of the Court Interpreters of Serbia.
Okay. If the question was also meant to Juan Carlos, then he...
Both of you.
Are you ready? Okay. Well, that was exactly my point. And the short answer is that it's us. It's our responsibility. There's nobody else. If we do not do it, then no one else will do it. That's why I'm here today.
Yeah, just quickly to add, I fully agree. I think it's up to all of us to raise awareness amongst colleagues of what needs to be respected and what is feasible. And I think we need to be honest about it. It's not about not admitting change. We need to admit some change, but we need to guarantee quality. And quality can only be guaranteed if you also guarantee certain conditions. However, I want to say, maybe replying to the previous question, that I don't know if it's the case in Croatia, I hope not, but in many places what happens is that we use platforms, and some of the platforms providers are now also providing interpreters. They no longer stick to the provision of the technical layout and setup, but they recruit their own interpreters. For me, that's extremely dangerous. And I don't want to have this in the European Parliament. It has happened, it does happen still, and I don't want this because, again, there is a question of we do not know who they are. So confidentiality is also compromised. But I'm certainly not going to be able to justify to go into long accreditation tests and quality monitoring and all these things, which are absolutely essential if we want to stay and remain enablers of multilingual conferences. All this, if then through the back door I have people working for us being recruited by someone who is not part of the service and where I don't know what the criteria are. So we need to be aware that indeed, when we go for remote interpretation, when we go for remote platforms to allow remote interpretation, some of the providers insist on bringing along their own interpreters. And I think we need to continue being the ones who control who is working for us.
Thank you. Actually,
One more word very quickly. I was taken aback the other day seeing colleagues who, I think one of them at least is accredited with an institution, brandishing a badge from one of the platforms. Actually, it's not one. At least 2 platforms do that. They advertise a badge which basically says that, okay, Harris worked 10 times for us and he could manage the buttons and it was okay. I mean, who cares, really? Sorry to put it bluntly like this. But let's think twice if we have an interest. I've told this my colleagues in Greece, Katerina knows. Do we really have an interest in promoting providers of conference interpreting who, in their selection of interpreters to start with, do not share the criteria we all share, to put it very politely? So this is a question for all of us.
Can I just quickly follow up on that? I'm very glad that you said what you said, and I'm very glad to hear all of that. But the people who work for these platforms, that's exactly what my point was. Maybe if we were able to make them aware of certain standards and certain risks to their health, maybe they would not go for these jobs. Maybe I'm naive, I don't know. But I keep thinking that we are not getting through to the people that we should be talking to.
Can I say one thing? I'm afraid you are very optimistic, because I am sure many of the colleagues who accept contracts with providers of platforms are interpreters who work also as accredited interpreters for us. And one more thing. I don't know if you've heard, I would normally not mention it because it's not my institution, but since the Director General from SCIC and the Court of Justice asked me also to intervene on behalf of the other EU institutions. There is a new provider for the council meetings, which has taken away part of what DG SCIC used to provide. Do you know what they said as one of their criteria? They would only use EU accredited and UN accredited interpreters. So that means that their pool of interpreters is interpreters who are accredited with us or the UN and who are very well aware, possibly even AIC members. So they are very well aware, unfortunately. This being said, I think we need to make them understand that there are working conditions, that there are lots of things that they would be abandoning by accepting certain working conditions. Because if they can be, if they don't compete with us because the quality is the same, if they are accredited interpreters with the UN or with the EU institutions, normally from a quality point of view, they should be the same. The only way for them to be competitive with us is that they compromise on working conditions. So colleagues need to be aware of that. And I also think that when training new generations of interpreters, this awareness raising should also be done. It's not only about learning about the technique, it's also about the ethics of the profession that I think we should reach out, especially because the younger colleagues, understandably so, are much more vulnerable and therefore much more inclined to accept certain conditions because they are still starting. So I think awareness raising already there as part of the curriculum is absolutely necessary as well.
I may just introduce Tomasz Opoczynski is with us on Zoom. He is the one of the vice presidents of AIC. We have another vice president with us actually in the room, Ekaterini. We haven't mentioned you as yet. And I think, Tomasz, you would like to intervene with what has been right now mentioned, right?
Yes, yes, Dušica.
Go ahead.
And good afternoon. I'd like to say that I couldn't agree more with Juan Carlos and Harris as well. I think it's crucial that we are very responsible in making colleagues aware of the current situation. I am aware of the case that Harris has mentioned of the badge being shown on one of the social networks. And I thought for myself that these days are already a little bit gone because the The badge age was about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But what I wanted to say about the RSI question that was asked by a colleague is that conference interpreting is a team effort, it's teamwork. And maybe it was stressed already before in your meeting, but we should never forget that we are in the booth with colleagues, and if we are at home in pajamas, we are not with colleagues. Colleagues are not at hand, and this should be, I think, also stressed, that the importance of the team that you are working in, and the individual effort at home is something quite different.
Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, I have another question for Laszlo. It's health related, if I may.
Now I know.
Well, I know it for a fact that many young budding interpreters are listening to us now via our YouTube channel called Interpreting Minds, and if you haven't subscribed already, please do. So what would be your advice, number one, mental health-wise, physical health-wise, for those entering the world of distance interpreting? What steps can they take to effectively unwind at the end of the day?
Well, yeah, I certainly don't want to give individual advice on that, but we've seen and we've talked about it this morning that that distance interpreting always means an additional cognitive load, additional strain, additional effort mentally, and not only, but especially a mental effort that is fastly making you approach the limit of your overall capacities. Haris pointed it out very well in his presentation, and then we learned about this exogenous effort in distance interpreting that is even another additional cognitive effort that is not related to the processes taking place during interpreting. And all of these make interpreting in a remote setting more difficult to endure in time. So obviously the classical recommendations would be try to arrange for shorter shifts, for more frequent breaks. But the rest, like the preparation, remains the same, and all the other efforts. However, after such a meeting, where you have lived through, you know, the discrepancies between virtual and real environments, and you had this cognitive dissonance to overcome, I think it is very good to get out to the real world, you know, get sunlight, get you know, fresh air, move, very important. Talk to real people in your real environment without having to think of whether it's now good morning or good evening. Do something pleasant. Whatever that is for you, whether it's jogging or whether it's, you know, listening to music, which is especially non-amplified or music, classical music or whatever sorts of music. Yeah, the unplugged one is the best, because that is some quality sound to your ears, and it will relieve a lot of stress. And other than that, I think it's up to each and everyone to choose their own way of unwinding. But definitely you will need to compensate a bit more for the time spent working in a remote setting than maybe 5 years, 10 years ago, when you only went to a conference. We went out after conferences, after our accreditation, the first weeks, the first months, we were talking intensely debating and actually continuing, you know, the mental processes until we could unwind. Every evening we would, with freshly accredited fellow interpreters, we would go out and it was not about the drinks. Don't look at me like that, but sometimes a drink was involved or two. But the thing is, we had some people to have a debriefing with, and just to exchange impressions. This is very important. And since in DI and in remote settings of whatever configuration we are isolated, I think it's very important to connect with the elements of nature, but also connect to real people after that. That's what I would do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Time završavamo sesiju pitanja i odgovora. Zahvaljujemo svim učesnicima na pitanjima i našim govornicima na iscrpnim odgovorima. U nastavku nas očekuje panel diskusija koja se bavi jednom od centralnih tema konferencije. Naziv panela je Učlaniti se ili ne, pitanje koje to nije, a njime će moderirati gospođa Dušica Lisjak, istaknuti član Društva simultanih i konsekutivnih prevodilaca Srbije i Međunarodnog udruženja konferencijskih prevodilaca. Panel će se pozabaviti prednostima članstva u AIK-u, temama standarda, etike i privatnog tržišta. Želim vam uspešnu i podsticajnu diskusiju. Dušice, izvolite.
Hvala ti, Irena. Dobar dan svima, sad ovako izvanično sa panela od mene. Kao što je Irena najavila, sada ćemo pričati malo o nekim konkretnim stvarima, da tako kažemo, koje su veoma vezane za našu profesiju, a to je kako to zapravo izgleda kada smo mi na tržištu, na takozvanom privatnom tržištu, kako se kaže na engleskom. Dakle, kako se primenjuju ovi standardi, zašto su oni uopšte doneti. Evo, dosta smo od toga već čuli iz ugla jednog lekara i naše kolege Petera, dakle, ima veze to i sa našim zdravljem, ali ima veze i sa nekim drugim stvarima. Ja bih samo sada dakle, pošto je ovo panel posvećen pre svega AIK-u, to je jedno međunarodno udruženje naših kolega, konferencijskih prevodilaca sa sedištem u Ženevi, koje trenutno broji, koliko sam proverila malo pre, na sajtu 3135 članova, ima svojih 106 regiona i ti prevodioci članovi zapravo prevode na 97 različitih jezika. U tom udruženju, svetskom dakle, su i naše kolege, neke od naših kolega ovde u ovoj prostoriji i iz država koje su ovde predstavljene. Reći ćemo, kao što znamo, Haris Ginos dolazi iz Grčke. Grčka i Kipar imaju već svoj region desetinama godina, ja mislim, moglo bi se reći, nekoliko desetina godina. Davno je postao taj grčko-kiparski region. Šta znači uopšte region, šta znači i AIK? To je nešto o čemu ću ja malo reći, dati jedan uvod. Poslije ćemo malo to čuti takođe i od naših paneliste koji su već članovi AIK-a, od Pitera, Marte i Harisa, a takođe o tim standardima i o standardima AIK-a koji se primenjuju čak i kada niste članovi, zato što u evropskim institucijama se primenjuju ti standardi i poštuju i oni su u stvari deo jednog takozvanog okvirnog sporazuma između AIK-a i, na primer, institucija Evropske unije, da bi se znalo kojim se standardima moramo rukovoditi i kojim se standardima rukovode oni koji su zapravo korisnici naših usluga. O tome ćemo takođe nešto reći i razgovarati sa našim koleginicama, samo su koleginice tu, iz Hrvatske, iz Severne Makedonije, iz Crne Gore i iz Bosne, u smislu toga kako se, dakle, ti standardi, čak i ako one još uvek nisu članice AIK-a, postaće u budućnosti, kako to izgleda kada se radi negde za neke evropske institucije, a kako možemo i moramo te standarde da prenosimo i na naš rad u našim zemljama gde možda ti standardi nisu tako dobro poznati, pogotovo ne našim klijentima, korisnicima. Takođe je sa nama, kao što sam malo pre kazala, i Tomaš Opočenski, koji je potpredsednik AIK-a, inače je naravno član Češkog udruženja simultanih prevodilaca, konferencijskih prevodilaca i naravno i član AIK-a. On će malo kasnije dobiti reč i reći će nešto upravo o tome kako se stvara region AIKA i nešto o prednostima, zato što je sam u AIKU zadužen za takozvani non-region, takozvani region bez regiona. Naime, kao što sam malo pre rekla, AIK je jedna velika institucija i da bi se što bolje u stvari organizovali, prevodioci su podeljeni u takozvane regione, a region čini, to nema nikakve velike veze sa geografijom i nekim geografskim ili geopolitičkim pojmovima, već je reč o tome kada imate u nekoj zemlji ili u nekoliko zemalja 25 članova AIK-a, onda ta zemlja ili tih 2, 3, 5 zemalja mogu da formiraju svoj region. Ti članovi AIK-a moraju da i žive, dakle da imaju svoje prebivalište u tim zemljama da bi se napravio jedan region. Ali sad sam malo krenula priču, što kažu, od kraja, prvo o regionu, a tek posle o AIK-u. Pomenula sam da je to naravno jedno veliko svetsko udruženje. Zapravo kad pogledate 3135 članova i ne deluje tako veliko, budući da se radi o globalnom udruženju. Međutim, s obzirom da mi pripadamo, ajde da kažemo tako, jednoj maloj profesiji, za razliku od profesije lekara ili inženjera ili nekih drugih, prevodioci, konferencijski prevodioci, nema nas baš tako mnogo ni u jednoj zemlji. Generalno to se može nazvati i malom profesijom. Ja to tako volim ponekada da kažem, pogotovo kada nekome objašnjavam šta je to što mi radimo. Na samom početku bih sa vama da podelim, najbolje bi tako i bilo, neko svoje iskustvo kada sam ja postala i moje koleginice Srbije članice 2019. godine. Naime, do tada smo imali 4 člana AIK-a iz Srbije i onda smo još nas 3 postale članice, trenutno nas je 7, s tim što jedan kolega nema takozvani domicil, odnosno prebivalište u Srbiji, već negde u inostranstvu. Dakle, trenutno u Srbiji 7 članova AIK-a i ono što ja mogu da kažem i što bih voljela zapravo da sa vama podelim, jeste da pripadanje tako jednoj asocijaciji, takvom udruženju, vam zaista pruža različite mogućnosti, ali pre svega osjećaj pripadnosti, jer mi kao prevodioci smo dosta, da kažemo, izolovani ljudi kada nešto radimo. Mi govorimo sad ovde o timskom radu, ali to je eventualno imate još jednog kolegu, ređe radite sa nekoliko kolega i mi smo nekako stalno sami, često smo sami i zaista pripadnost tako jednom velikom udruženju vam onako daje neki osjećaj da ste tu kao sa nekim prijateljima, svakako kolegama, pošto potpuno isti posao radimo. Kada smo mi postali članice, dakle to 2019. godine, to je u stvari bilo, da budem precizna, 2020. Počeo je COVID. I kada su nas obavestili da smo ustupili u članstvo i tako dalje, posle mesec dana sve je stalo, svet je stao, naročito je naša profesija stala, ko će da ide na konferencije, odnosno na neka mesta gde se sakuplja mnogo ljudi, sede u zatvornoj prostori i razgovaraju. Kad je počeo COVID, mi smo se ishvatili da za nas posla neće biti, svakako dok traje ta pandemija. Možemo čak i reći da smo možda bili najviše pogođeni u smislu toga da nismo imali šta da radimo. Nismo bili pogođeni kao lekari, naravno, ili neke druge profesije, ali mi smo bili na ovom drugom kraju. Nismo ništa imali da radimo. Nije bilo konferencija, niko se nije nigde okupljao, nisu bili sastanci, nije bilo skoro ničega. I tada, kako smo mi bili novi članovi, vas AIK, kada postanete član, redovno obaveštava o svojim aktivnostima, dobijate mailove i tako dalje. Stalno smo dobijali mailove i bili pozivani na različite, da kažemo, ajde, online webinare, seminare, ne znam kako bi se to zvalo, gde smo slušali dosta o tom tada, govorimo o 2020. prevođenju na daljinu. Koji su tu standardi, koje sve platforme postoje, pa su nas onda obučavali na tim platformama, sve je to naravno bilo besplatno, sve je to bilo na dobrovoljnoj bazi, ali kako da vam kažem, moj prvi utisak je bio, eto, AIK-u, ne radim ništa, osjećam se malo i beskorisno, dobro, zdravi smo i to naravno nam je svima bilo tada glavna preokupacija, ali osim toga imali smo eto nešto, bili smo tu sa svojim kolegama, tako online, i pričali smo o našoj profesiji. I to na jedan vrlo, ovako, da kažem, visoko kvalitetan način. I nama je to svima bilo malo, da kažem, i podsticaj tokom te korone i onako nas je i psihički malo, da kažem, uzdiglo i mogli smo malo i da tako o tome pričamo, pa znate, kad svaki drugi, treći, peti dan imate tako neki webinar ili neku mini konferenciju o tome. Znači, mi smo samo razgovarali o različitim aspektima prevođenja na daljinu, prevođenja i to. to je eto neki moj utisak da mi je malo olakšalo i te dane korone. Nakon toga, naravno, čim je prestao COVID, šta je počelo, barem u Srbiji, počeli smo da radimo na daljinu. I dalje je to bila neko period korone i mi smo zaista, nas nekoliko koji smo, kažem, bili tada u AIK-u, bili smo tu što se kaže osnaženi, odnosno znali smo već i da baratamo na tim platformama. Nije to bilo sad odete da prevodite pa tog trenutka upoznajete se sa raznim platformama, već smo bili dosta obučeni. Eto, kažem, to je slučaj je hteo da se to poklopilo i sa tim vremenom korone. Ono što su mnogobrojni su prednosti, naravno, članstva u AIK-u, jedno od onih koje ja uvek posebno ističem, to je što AIK, evo sad ako bi mogao naš tehničar, da pređemo samo na onaj web sajt, on zna, evo da vam pokažem, svi naravno mogu da otvori taj web sajt, to je AIK.evo ga, home, i onda, na primjer, na jednom od tih ponuđenih ikona imate taj što se kaže events. I evo vidite dole, ovde s desne strane, tu su sada izlistani, možemo da idemo skroz do dole, događaji koji se organizuju u različitim regionima AIK-a, a rekla sam vam da ih ima 106, maltene svake nedelje ili nedeljno po 2 puta. Većina od njih je i besplatna za članove AIK-a, nekima od njih mogu da pristupe i oni koji nisu članovi AIK-a, nekada da plate, nekada ne, koji su, ja sam prisustvovala nekolikim, koji su zaista bili fenomenalniji. Recimo o veštačkoj inteligenciji baš prošle ili pretprošle nedelje, čini mi se AIK Afrika organizovao zaista izvanredan seminar, da smo svašta naučili o tome kako se pravi glosar uz pomoć ChatGPT-a, kako se koriste neki notebooksi ili neke drugi alati preko koji postoje, koje pruža razni ti provajderi veštačke inteligencije, i to je nešto što vama predstavlja vaš kolega. Da li iz Amerike, iz Kanade, neko ko je vaš kolega ko je to koristio i vi to u tom trenutku naučite na najbolji mogući način. Naravno da postoje drugi načini da se vi o tom obavestite i preko interneta i drugde, ali ovo je M najjednostavnije, M najbrže, M nešto što baš vama najviše treba. Druga stvar, dakle, to je što se tiče obuka, čuli smo i od Celi Beli da Savet Evrope takve obuke takođe organizuje, ali kažem, evo, AIK i AIK sajt je mnogima dostupan, pa možete slobodno da i sami odete i da tu malo pretražujete. Najvažnije, naravno, deo, pošto i ovde o tome govorimo, jeste značaj članstva u AIK-u za naš posao, zapravo. Kada postanete član AIK-a, posle izvesnog vremena, sada eto kažem, to je bila korona, pa nama je to bilo, znači, malo nakon korone, počinjete da dobijete mailove od raznih agencija, mi to zovemo prevodilačke agencije, odnosno to su pružaoci usluga, jezičkih usluga, language service providers se oni valjda zovu, i koji vas zapravo pozivaju da date ponudu, da prevodite na nekim događajima i obavezno u zaglavlju, odnosno u prvoj rečenici kažu našli smo vas na web sajtu AIK-a ili budući da ste vi prevodilac, član AIK-a, da li možete da, na primjer, radite za nas ili da preporučite kolege, i to tako krene pomalo u početku, a kasnije vidite da je ta formulacija član AIK-a veoma važna upravo za naš posao, odnosno sve više se povezujete sa kolegama ne samo iz regiona, već i šire, recimo mi ovde sad svi živimo u Evropi, pa će to biti obično neki provajderi, odnosno pružaoci tih usluga iz Evrope, ali i šire. I ova dilema, što sam ja tako stavila kao malo šekspirovska, to be or not to be, to join or not to join, that is not the question, to svakako ne treba da nam bude pitanje. Jeste malo komplikovana procedura prijave te aplikacije, svi smo mi prošli kroz to, nije to ni toliko strašno. Ja vas upućujem na sajt AIK-a da vidite kako izgleda ta procedura, oni će, to je vrlo sve lepo objašnjeno, treba malo vremena da se popuni taj formular i naravno da se dobiju potpisi takozvanih sponzora, odnosno vaših kolega za vaše takozvane A jezike, dakle to su oni glavni jezici na koje i sa kojih prevodite. Ukratko o tome, ako imate bilo koje pitanje u vezi sa članstvom, uvek možete meni da se obratite, ili naravno i nekoj moje koleginici ili kolege, ali ja sam stvarno na raspolaganju za to i volim jako da govorim o tome šta su sve i prednosti učlanjenja i ja samo vidim zaista prednosti. Neko pominje i članarinu koja jeste sigurno malo veća nego što je recimo članarina za naša nacionalna udruženja, ali u odnosu na to šta vi tu dobijate, pa čak i u finansijskom smislu, to je stvarno nešto što je zanemarljivo. U vezi sa time je, kao što sam rekla, vrlo važno i vrlo dobro imati i region. Dakle, sad, jedno je što ste vi član AIK-a, tu već imate dosta povoljnosti kada postanete član, a drugo je kada bismo se još udružili u region. Onda bismo imali još više koristi, imali bi svi članovi naših nacionalnih udruženja koristi od toga, jer sve ono što organizuju regioni AIK-a, to se organizuje u saradnji sa članovima, odnosno u saradnji sa lokalnim, nacionalnim prevodilačkim udruženjima. Tu vrlo često učestvuju i univerziteti na kojima postoje recimo studije prevođenja ili neke druge, obično naučne institucije. Tako da su te prednosti sad formiranja i regiona, jednom kada dobijemo tih 25 članova u nekoliko zemalja i dobijemo region, velike su prednosti formiranja i regiona AIK-a. I u vezi sa time, ja bih sada da pozovem Tomaša Opočenskog, podpredsednika AIK-a, zaduženog za ovaj, kao što sam rekla, ne region, odnosno nepostojeći region. Zamislite, u sred Evrope, možemo reći, postoji veliki broj zemalja. To su uglavnom zemlje centralne i istočne Evrope i ovde ove naše zemlje da kažemo, na Jadranu, na Balkanu, gde ne postoje regioni. Nisu se udružile u regione, iako kada prebrojimo članove, zaista tu ima dosta članova i ja po nekoj mojoj slobodnoj proceni sigurno bi već moglo 2 ili 3 regiona da se naprave. Zašto toga nema? Tu sad postoje različiti razlozi, ali nije ni bitno o tome pričati. Ja mislim da bismo mogli da zamolimo Tomaža da nam nešto više sada kaže o tome. Tomaže, da li možete da nam kažete nešto o tome šta su prednosti formiranja regiona AIK-a i šta nam savjetujete kako da idemo dalje?
Drage kolege, hvala vam na pozivu. Nadam se da će vaša konferencija biti uspješna. So this was for my Serbian. Hello, Dušica, Haris, Peter, Marta, Sandra, Ivana, Jelena i Natasha, and Juan Carlos and Ekaterini and all other participants. I'd like to greet you from Prague. I'm Tomáš. I'm currently a member of the executive committee of AIK, and I'm going to mention in the beginning of my short intervention why it is not contradictory to be a member of a national association and at the same time a member of AIK. And just as you have ACIS in Serbia, we have ASCOT in Czechia. It has been established in 1990, right when it was possible to have a free organization without interference from the powers that be. And it was built on the model of AIK. Today it has about 80 conference interpreters. I am still a member, and quite a few members of ASCOT are members of AIK as well. But besides the usual activities of an association, AIK membership offers a connection to the broader international professional community. And national associations usually do not have that. And especially in the past, it was a legendary thing to be in the Blue Book, in the directory of AIK. And unfortunately today, the Blue Book is electronic, and it's only available on the internet, but older members of AIK still keep the real Blue Book at home, and when they need to find a phone number quickly, they go usually to the book. So what is important about membership is that membership is not in itself a solution for all things. You are a member, you pay your dues, or you are an active member, a member that gets involved in all and that uses all the possibilities that the membership offers It is true on the national level. It is even more true in AIC. And we were pondering recently in the executive committee why online meetings draw less interest and participation than in-person meetings. And it's just what has been mentioned before. People want to mingle, want to meet, want to share their joys and disappointments. And it is very different to do that in person. And it is very different when you do it in front of a screen. So the actively involved members in AIC will be participating in meetings of the different bodies of AIC, of the private market sector, which has very attractive, usually programs for members, and also very attractive venues and locations where members go. Regional meetings, and here we are already talking about the issue that has brought us together, that is the possible creation of a new region. Because in the statutes of AIC, every member, when he becomes member of the association, becomes at the same time part of a region. And he would work in a sector, be it private market or the agreement sector. And this is true for the international organizations, where AIG has an agreement concluded, or he may even be a staff interpreter. And the right to have to become part of a region is recognized by the statutes to each member. But as it was mentioned today, in the heart of Europe, we have about 90 orphans, interpreters without a region. And as it has been said, you have to be 25 to form a region. And this number should not drop below 15 once the region is established. There was already an attempt in 2016 in Strasbourg to establish a new region, and Peter Laszlo Herbert will remember this attempt, though it was not successful at the time. But today it is important to see that a large number of members are not represented in AIC bodies. So they pay their dues, but they are not represented in the advisory board. They do not have access to regional activities, to trainings, to outreach, to social life. And they are still in the directory, but they miss a lot. For some members, it's not important. It's irrelevant. They just want to be in the directory. They pay their dues and they don't care about the rest. But I think that it should be relevant to be an active member in the association. And I think that was the purpose of the resolution that I presented and that was adopted last Sunday. The possibilities to a new region are in fact exist in two ways. You can join an existing region, and this happened already when the Baltic states joined the Nordic region. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined the Nordic region and now are happily forming a so-called sub-region. And in the existing setting, this would be a solution for Malta that could join Italy. But for all the others, I would advise to think about the possibility of establishing a region in Central and Eastern Europe. And then the path to the establishment of this region is to organize a meeting where the bodies of the region would be elected, the secretary, the member of the advisory board, and a treasurer, and then the results would be submitted to the executive committee. Just to mention a few numbers about current membership of AIC in the non-region. We have 88 members and 9 pre-candidates and candidates in the non-region. In Czechia, 12 plus 1, Croatia, 10, Hungary, 9, Poland, 17 plus 1, Romania, 6, Serbia, 7, Slovenia, 11, and Slovakia, 6. So you can see that the numbers are there, and now it's up to us to see whether we are going to make something of it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to questions.
Tomasz, thank you very much for your intervention, and thank you very much for being with us. Actually, Tomasz accepted our invitation on a rather short notice and made himself available for this afternoon session. Sada ću da pređem na srpski jezik ponovo. Htjela bih sada da govorimo, dakle, i u svetlu AIK standarda i uopšte i šire, nešto o situaciji na našim tržištima u našim zemljama. Sutra ćemo imati, videla sam prezentacije, dosta toga će biti rečeno od strane predstavnika udruženja različitih zemalja koje su na ovoj konferenciji predstavljene i o situaciji tamo, ali sada bih ovako baš u svetlu ovih standarda i u svetlu jednog pitanja koje smo malo prečuli o tome kako se pridržavati standarda, šta to zapravo znači i kako radimo kada smo u tim, recimo, evropskim institucijama ili kada smo negde gde se ti standardi podrazumevaju, a šta radimo kada mi te standarde nekako treba da promovišemo u našim sredinama, na našim tržištima, sa našim klijentima koji možda nisu nikad ni čuli za njih ili imaju potpuno pogrešnu ili ajde da kažemo, delimično pogrešnu predstavu o tome kako se ovaj posao radi i to može da dovede do, naravno, posle različitih problema, kako tamo u trenutku kada obavljamo svoj posao, tako i do nekih zdravstvenih poteškoća o kojima je Peter govorio. Dakle, Peter, ako mogu prvo sa vama nešto da kažem, znamo da postoje takozvani AIK okvirni sporazumi, AIK Framework Agreements, koji se potpisuju sa različitim institucijama, prevashodno sa institucijama Evropske unije. Možete li nešto da nam kažete o tome i kako to utiče zapravo na posao prevodilaca koji rade onda upravo u tim institucijama? Odnosno za njih, pošto se tu obično radi o takozvani freelance prevodiocima.
Thank you. Certainly there are many more competent members of AIK than I am to talk about the agreements. When I got my EU accreditation, that was almost 20 years ago, I felt that I went into the paradise of conference interpreters because I arrived in a safe place where there were proper booths with proper chairs and the whole equipment was functional. And there were breaks and there was water and there was even coffee brought to the booths or tea. And I wondered how this is possible because there was a huge discrepancy compared to the rest of, the free world or the free market as we call it, which is not so free. I actually felt freer in the European institutions. And fast forward to the point where I applied for AIK membership, I must tell you that I was first impressed of the working conditions that I learned were set out in these agreements, and I know that there are agreements not only with the European institutions but also with the UN, with the World Trade Organizations, with several organizations, international ones, and it was actually my head of unit at SKIK at that time, and who said to me, "Peter, you must become a member of this association." And I said, I wondered how come a staffer for the European Commission is pushing me to get into AIK? And she said to me, "Well, because you owe that to your profession, because these people negotiated your working conditions. And think of that every time you come to work for SKIK or for Parliament or for any of the institutions." And I took the advice, and I'm glad I did. I think the agreements are the standard the high ethical and professional standards of AIC put into practice. I'm very glad we have them. They're actually guidelines that show us how we want to work under ideal conditions. Of course, the conditions of 60 years ago when the first agreements were concluded, or 50 years ago, I don't know exactly, were completely different, and the reality has changed, and the need has become very clearly visible to redo and renegotiate the agreements, and they're living, they're not cast in forever in stone. But I think the agreements, my relation to the agreements is that the agreements brought me to AIC, and and I'm happy that there are such standards, because they also are a model maybe to be copied or to be adapted by other institutions who are employers of interpreters, who can see what you know, the advantages on both sides, employers and employees or freelancers employed, are in applying these agreements, and not just recruit on a Darwinian who adapts the fastest is in, and the rest can all die.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for your answer. Idemo dalje. Marta Biber iz Slovenačkog udruženja konferencijskih prevodilaca. Dakle, jedno, da kažemo, slično pitanje. Naravno, znamo da u Sloveniji ima već dosta prevodilaca koji su i članovi AIK-a. Možeš nam nešto reći malo o tome kako se ti standardi mogu primjenjivati i koliko pomaže članstvo u AIK-u kada se radi na lokalnom tržištu, dakle u Sloveniji. I druga stvar, da nam kažeš takođe, to smo zamolili i ostale naše goste koji dolaze iz zemalja gde im postoje članovi AIK-a, kakvo je raspoloženje među slovenačkim članovima AIK-a kada je reč o napravljanju jednog udruženja koje bi obuhvatilo, evo, makar ove zemlje koje su ovde trenutno zastupljene.
Hvala Dušice na tom pitanju. Baš mi je drago da govorim srpski koje sam naučila u obdaništu u Beogradu i iskorištavam ovu priliku da govorim na jeziku domaćina. Hvala na pozivu. Kako bi rekla? Standardi AIK-a, članstvo u AIK-u, razgovarala sam baš pripremajući se na ovu konferenciju sa kolegama nedavno baš u Strasburu na plenarnom zasedanju. Juan Carlos je u stvari moj glavni šef, ja sam jedna od ACI-a već više od 20 godina i sve što smo do sada čuli na ovoj konferenciji je možda se reći pure gold, sve je istina. Mislim, sve što smo do sada čuli, to stvarno odražava realnu sliku u našoj profesiji. Naša profesija nije jedina koja nestaje zbog umjetne veštačke inteligencije i prednost AIK-a, ako gledamo sad i zbog drugih razloga, je u tome što je dao ugled toj profesiji i što ga je standardizirao. U Sloveniji je nastalo nacionalno udruženje upravo zbog toga što su članice, osnivačice tog udruženja bile članice AIK-a i prenijele su to znanje, taj know-how, taj etički standard na nacionalnu razinu. I naravno, onda se je to prenosilo dalje. Ja sam postala članica prvo nacionalnog udruženja, isto tako su me kao i Petra nagovorili da uđem u AIK i naravno nikad nisam to poželila, obrnuto kada sam došla u Evropski parlament da radim pre više od 25 godina i ja sam mislila da sam došla u prevodilački raj, isto kao i Petar. I onda sam tamo polako počela da shvaćam da zahvaljujući AIK-u ja imam jedan referentni okvir. Ja mogu da objasnim šta radim i da drugi do neke mere razumeju šta mi radimo. Što se tiče govorili smo i o privatnom tržištu. AIK je veoma važna referencija upravo za privatno tržište, gdje možete ljudima da objasnite šta smo mi i kako je u stvari naš posao težak i jedinstven. Većina problema s kojima se hrvamo na tom privatnom tržištu je nerazumevanje klijenata. Klijenti pojma nemaju šta mi radimo. I na taj način da im kažemo to su standardi ili da recimo uporedimo naš posao, vidite postoji međunarodna organizacija koja je slična recimo međunarodnoj odvjetničkoj komori, notarskoj komori, da su to neki standardi koji su recimo postavljeni na nekim osnovama koje je postavila među ostalima i World Health Organization. Da je to nešto što je jasno definisano i da smo mi deo toga. Sada klijentu objašnjavati je veoma teško, ali ga treba svaki put nanovo na jako ljubazan način upozoravati šta se radi i šta mi radimo i kako smo mi u stvari jedinstveni. Kako nijedan stroj nikada neće moći na taj način prenijeti poruku pravovremeno i na najbolji mogući način. Dakle, mi s time, kad govorimo o IKO, branimo i svoju ljudskost u vreme jedne opšte digitalizacije. Zato sam isto jako zahvalna što ste ovdje u Beogradu organizovali jedan susret uživo. U ovom virtualnom svetu naši susreti uživo će uvek biti važni, a u stvari postajaći s takim danom sve važniji. Jako je važno da mi sedimo ovdje i da mi komuniciramo. Kao što je rekla Seli, oči vide, oči razumeju, a uho čuje. Dakle, mi se sad vidimo i ta naša komunikacija je jako važna i mislim da je AIK jedan od načina da to na neki način osvestimo naše stranke. Savjetujemo kad god možemo da imamo in person, da imamo žive događaje, a digitalno naravno ne možemo da zanemarimo. Što se tiče našeg osjećanja među slovenačkim ikovcima, mi smo uvek za sve, velika većina s ljudima kojim sam nedavno baš pričala u Strasburu i tako, smo zato da se što više povezujemo i da se što više susrećemo uživo i da povezujemo ovaj regiju, isto uzimajući u obzir da geografska blizina jeste važna, čak i u digitalno doba. I lingvistička, jezička blizina je važna. Mi smo slovenski jezici, mi možemo zajedno organizovati razne, recimo, vežbe ritura u engleski, španjolski ili bilo koji drugi jezik, jer imamo neke sličnosti koje se mogu povezati i u obrazovanju i u privlačenju studenata mladih našoj profesiji. Tako da ja osobno jako podržavam formisanje regiona i mislim da se sa mnom slažu, koliko znam, svi moji kolege iz AIK-a, a i naravno iz nacionalnog udruženja. Hvala.
Hvala mnogo, Marta, hvala i na lepim rečima i hvala što si doputovala na ovaj uživo sastanak. Ujedno bih da se zahvalim svi našim koleginicama i kolegama koji su doputovali u Beograd iz različitih zemalja, što kolima, što avionom. Zaista vam se mnogo zahvaljujemo na tome i mislim da, kao što je Marta rekla, zaista uživo sastanci ne mogu da zaista zamene ništa drugo. Jeste dobro da imamo ovu tehnologiju i da možemo da brzo u stvari kontaktiramo jedni sa drugima, ali za ovako neke velike stvari, barem u nekoliko godina, mislim da je zaista dobro da smo se videli i još jednom zato vam zaista zahvaljujem svima koji ste doputovali iz raznih zemalja, boga mi neki iz daleka. Nastavljamo sada, pošto je panel, kao što ste videli, i u vezi sa standardima AIK-a, ali dakle prevodilačkim standardima i o privatnom tržištu. Mislim da je Haris zaista zaista naš kolega koji može dosta o tome da nam kaže, o tome kako treba nastupati na tržištu kao prevodilac ili kao eventualno vlasnik agencije. Svi naravno mi moramo da budemo na neki način prisutni i kao nekakvi preduzetnici ili poslovni ljudi kada pružamo svoje usluge. Haris, mi smo nešto juče pričali, a da vi me podsjetite, odnosno ti me podsjeti, da kažem o company content. Bilo je reči o tome kako, da kažemo, prići klijentima ili kako se, šta znači u stvari biti na tržištu i zapravo ovo naše znanje koje je zaista vrlo, možemo neskromno reći, visoko stručno. Svi smo ovde prisutni, naravno, koji se bavimo ovom profesijom, znamo koliko dugo u stvari radimo i koliko dugo se obučavamo i svaki dan nešto novo i drugo naučimo. Kako to, da kažem onim običnim ekonomskim terminima, plasirati na tržištu? Kako to da uopšte i ti naši klijenti zapravo nas nađu? Većina njih, hajde da budemo iskreni, žele kvalitetne prevodioce kada angažuju prevodioce, već bilo da se radi o nekom događaju na daljinu, bilo uživo. Kako mi da postanemo vidljivi za njih? Mislim da, Haris, ti imaš dosta lepih predloga u vezi s time.
Thank you. Another long discussion, but I will keep it short, I promise. To link it with AIC, I became member of AIC in 2004. After I was I was proposed by colleagues, members of the Calliope group, to become a member for Greece and several other countries. That is, to become an AIC consultant interpreter. I would become AIC, but I was coming out of a period during which I was not working as an interpreter. I was in the environmental business, but that's another story. But I learned a lot of things that I then applied at elite language services, en l'occurrence. So the incentive was, yes, I had to rush my application, and I became first member of AIC to be able to become member or to become a consultant interpreter, that is a recruiter, basically an organizer, and member of the Calliope network. There are other networks, of course, in AIC. Calliope is the largest one. It's a worldwide network. There are still opportunities in the area for members of AIC in the countries of the region to also become active as consultant interpreters. For me, AIC started meaning something even more when I learned about this opportunity. I said, okay, I'm a member of this association, but I want to do something more. I want to promote standards, I want to have a name, and I want to put interpreters on the top of the food chain, at the top of the food chain. What I mean is that I was fed up seeing interpreters being recruited by hotels, by PCOs, etc., who had no clue. The only thing they could recognize was the price. Sometimes they were lucky, sometimes they were not. So I said, we must do something. And I then discovered that if you want to sell interpretation, let me take a random number. Let's say the fees in some countries, 500. If you want to set up a proper business and start selling interpreters at 500 and make not even a profit, just add a markup to cover your expenses, your rent, your bills, your staff, your marketing, your AdWords on Google AdWords, etc., then you should be selling these interpreters at 1,000 at least, without and even before making a profit, right? Okay, so if an agency asks you for 20 or 30 euros as an organizing fee or whatever, have no doubt. They're losing money. They're not making any money. Just in case you had this illusion that someone is making money at your detriment. So I set up Elite Language Services at the time, and I'm saying this not to say my personal story, but to say that things are possible if someone gets more active and really believes in what we do. The only secret there is in all this is the cross-sales, so to speak, the combined language services. So if you want to sell interpreters at 1,000 euros, no one, you will have 0 clients for sure if the going price on the market is 500, okay?
So cross-sales is a good approach, combining that is with translation, with subtitling, with equipment, some organization, etc. That's your decision. And even more importantly, you are not going to do that if you succumb to the temptation to start doing translations or revising or learn subtitling. Okay, you can do, of course you can do all this, but you will never be able to do anything. You will remain for always a solo enterprise. So for us interpreters, either solo or in a small entity, a group, even better a group. You don't have to create a company, even a small group. The interpreters of Belgrade or Zagreb or Ljubljana can do that. First of all, you need presence. Let's start discussing about, I'll try to answer the question. The first thing is presence. Presence on the web, I'm afraid, because people who need an interpreter in Ljubljana will simply go to their computers and type interpreters Ljubljana, but sometimes AIK interpreters Ljubljana, if they are lucky, and so on. This comes at a cost. Who will pay for that? You cannot pay that solo. You have to get together. So collective action is the next step. And rest assured that this will be a win-win situation. I know that, our colleagues in the Netherlands are a great example. Of course, in the Netherlands there is a long tradition in the corporatist, cooperative, thank you, in the cooperative movement. So there are 45 interpreters, and of course one day I will do 45 days, you will do 50, and next year it will be the other way around, and so on and so forth. This tradition does not exist everywhere, but I read an article the other day on the Harvard Business Review, which explained why some key negotiations on a very large scale failed, because even very intelligent, very, very smart, very capable, very experienced people could not see, at the end of the day, the benefits of working together. They concentrated, there were several case studies where people concentrated on the short-term costs without being able to see the mid or long-term benefits. So this is a lesson for all of us. We are all Balkans, so we have a lot of things to learn in this respect. Third, I will remind you the slide with Peter Drucker saying a company has one objective, to find a client. Let's go to our clients and let's educate them. Let's go to the PCO's association. Let's go to the hotels, to the companies selling equipment, to federations, to the largest companies of the country, and so on. Next step, let's educate. It takes time, and it's a recurring process. It will never end, because the secretary of the president changed, because someone retired, the people at the management also change. So it is a recurring exercise, and we also get old, of course. So someone must do the dirty job. Have no illusion. If BMW and Mercedes and Audi do that on a daily basis and spend millions and millions, who are we, I'm afraid, invisible interpreters, okay, to say we don't need that because we are good, because we are AIK or we work for the institutions, etc. Unfortunately, we are invisible, so it is up to us to go out and find these people. And in my humble opinion, what we call content marketing works best. Content marketing means explaining things about how you do your work. Small tips left and right, in a sexy way, explaining all the things that we discussed this morning. Okay, there are smart ways to put them to your client without intruding. So this reaching out, and I think in the UK they don't like the reaching out, but this reaching out is the key for our existence as conference interpreters. And as I said, this is a recurring exercise. It will never end, and only with collective action we can do the few things that we can do anyway. We're not multinational corporations. We are very small-scale operations, but we are even solo. We are personal, individual entrepreneurs, and please remember that if you want to engage more actively. And don't forget, of course, the help from AIC. There is a very interesting group, very creative group within AIC, the Committee of Consultant Interpreters, that in the past was called BIZORG. It's the group of consultant interpreters, and where you will find help and lots of insights about how you can become active in the real life, in the real market. I think I covered all the notes I had.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just can add one more thing. When you mentioned education, educating clients, I think that's what we do on a daily basis when we are interacting with our clients. It's our goal, and it should be our mission to educate them, to spread the knowledge about the new technologies, about how it tunes in with our work and so on. And I think that this is really important, not to ever miss an opportunity to do this when we have especially the on-site events or when we are actually talking, negotiating with the client, even in that phase. This is something we have to do all the time. We have, I think that Tomasz, would you like to take the floor about one of these things that we have mentioned here? Tomasz?
Yes, I wanted to come back to what Peter has described, and I wanted to mention the agreements as in AIC we have 4 agreement sectors, and each of them is slightly different. The one that that you know best is the EU sector, and the agreements are, I think it was mentioned that they are in the EU in force for more than 50 years, and the mechanism how these agreements are enforced is through delegations. In each institution you have a professional delegation. In the EU, even non-members of AIC can become members of the professional delegation, and the delegation is in charge of following whether the agreement is being fulfilled, whether there are issues, and when there are issues, this is discussed with the administration. And it's a very important tool, and it's a tool that has been working well so far, and hopefully will continue to work well. And obviously, we need colleagues who work for the EU institutions to be active in the delegations, because now and then colleagues leave the delegations, so we need to replace them. And I'm sure that you have been those who work for the EU attending some of the meetings, and you are getting information also sometimes from the delegations. And I would like to come back to what was said about the times of COVID. And at that time, colleagues who worked for the EU were in a very difficult situation. And I must stress that the attitude of the European institutions was not identical. I don't want to name the institutions, but one institution was saying that they have their rules and they can do nothing. And with another institution, the negotiating delegation managed to propose to colleagues a support scheme in the times when it was very difficult, and I think it deserves to be recognized. And as well, an agreement on the use of remote simultaneous interpretation could be negotiated and signed at quite a short notice. And it was also an achievement that at the time was quite substantial, and it's also something that nowadays serves still as a benchmark, even for the private market. So 4 agreement sectors: the UN, the EU, the coordinated organizations, that is ESA, NATO, and the Council of Europe, and a small sector, the World Customs Organization. And this is one of the besides the private market, one of the features of defending the rights of interpreters in AIK.
Thank you, Tomaš. Thank you very much for that and for your intervention. Sada ću opet pričati na srpskom. Jer želim da čujem i od ostalih panelista, odnosno panelistkinja. Imamo neka pitanja i za njih. Sandra Brežnički-Učović je iz Hrvatskog društva konferencijskih prevodilaca iz dakle, Hrvatske. Sandra, kada govorimo sad jedna druga tema, naravno vi dosta dugo radite i u institucijama Evropske unije, budući da ste i članica Evropske unije, i tako dalje. Ja bih nešto da pitam, ali ako može, eto, u okviru ovog vremena, znam da je to nešto za što treba dugo vremena da se govori. Naime, vi ste uveli ISO standard za usmene prevodioce u Hrvatskoj. Nekako ste uspeli da se izborite sa time, meni to tako deluje, i da to već postoji kod vas zapravo u, kako se to kaže, kao registrovana profesija, nešto o čemu mi tek razmišljamo. Verujem da je slično i u drugim zemljama. Ako može nešto da nam kažeš o tome, jer to je stvarno nešto što nas sve zanima, vi ste baš to nedavno u stvari uradili, relativno nedavno, i znam da je dugo trajalo da se sve to...
Da, malo je potrajalo. Dobar dan svima još jednom. Da, vrlo konkretno pitanje za koje bih sad voljela da umjesto mene ovdje sjedi osoba koja je najviše na tome radila, ali budući da sam u to vrijeme bila predsjednica našeg društva, bila sam donekle uključena u taj dio i znam šta se događalo. Da smo uveli ISO standard je malo prevelika riječ. ISO standard imamo doista zahvaljujući vjerovatno i najviše osobi koja sjedi upravo tu pored mene, a to je Haris i AIK-u, budući da su oni bili u tom stručnom, takozvanom tehničkom odboru koji je zapravo stvarao taj standard na međunarodnoj razini. Ono što se nama činilo korisnim je da pokušamo zapravo dovesti do donošenja standarda na hrvatskom jeziku u Hrvatskoj. Jer kad god ISO donese neki međunarodni standard, onda mi u Hrvatskoj imamo taj naš takozvani Hrvatski zavod za norme, koji zapravo taj standard usvaja na engleskom jeziku automatski na neki način. Mislim, prolazi to jednu određenu proceduru, ali taj se standard onda usvaja na engleskom jeziku na kojem je donesen. Međutim, postoji mogućnost donošenja standarda na jeziku zemlje u kojoj se nalazimo, u našem slučaju hrvatskom jeziku. I mi smo zapravo to sve pokrenuli zato što smo imali iskustvo naših kolega pismenih prevoditelja koji su upravo to napravili za svoj standard pismenog prevođenja. I za to smo se morali učlaniti u Zavod za norme i postati zapravo član, netko od naših predstavnika je morao postati član takozvanog tehničkog odbora koji odobrava tekst. I u tom tehničkom odboru, kao i svakom odboru, znači postoji predsjednik, postoje članovi, oni taj tekst dobiju i onda ga usvajaju. I u tom trenutku Hrvatski zavod za norme ga zapravo objavljuje kao doneseni standard na hrvatskom jeziku. Naravno, ne objavljuje standard u cijelosti, jer da biste dobili cijeli tekst morate ga kupiti, ali se onda zna da je on usvojen i na hrvatskom jeziku. I ono što je doista tu veliki doprinos naših kolegica koje su na tome radile i sad već kad one nisu tu ću ih i imenovati, to su naša bivša predsjednica Tamara Levak-Potrebica, naša članica Vesna Ivančević-Ježek i naša članica Lidija Šimunić-Mesić koje su na tom projektu radile. One su, dakle, volontirale prijevod tog engleskog teksta na hrvatski jezik, koji je onda u Hrvatskom zavodu za norme prošao lekturu. A budući da se terminologija iz te norme oslanja na jednu drugu normu, koja također postoji samo na engleskom jeziku, prevele su for free i to. I kad je taj prijevod napravljen, on je u Hrvatskom zavodu za norme išao na lekturu i na redakturu i onda je usvojen. I to je bio doista veliki posao. Eto, i na to smo stvarno jako ponosni, zato što je to standard koji je po prvi puta na neki način i kodificirao nekakve naše radne uvjete.
Bravo, upravo hoću da kažem bravo što ste uspeli u tome. Ja sam sa time upoznata i samo kao da kažemo neko podpitanje koliko to u stvari pomaže na nekom tržištu sada vama, koliko je to donekle nešto promenilo. Jer i to je ipak važno da znamo koje su implikacije tako teškog posla.
Znači, ISO standard kao takav je zapravo dokument koji vi možete dobiti samo ako ga kupite. I onda još to ne znači što ste ga kupili da vi sad možete tvrditi da vi po tom standardu radite. Za to bi trebalo proći jedan dosta dugotrajan i skupi proces certifikacije kao poduzeće, recimo, koje bi onda reklo evo mi smo certificirani prema tom standardu. Tako da on nema direktne izravne koristi u tom smislu da ću ja sad njega uzeti i reći evo to je ISO standard, ja radim po tome. Ali je svejedno dobro da je usvojen zato što se ipak može na njega pozivati, iako cijeli tekst kao takav nemate ako niste vlasnik tog standarda. Ali mi smo donijeli jedan drugi standard, a to je standard zanimanja, usmeni prevoditelj i usmena prevoditeljica. To je bio puno dugotrajniji proces koji je počeo puno prije ovog sa ISO standardom, koji nam je već u dosta prilika pomogao zato što smo se mogli na njega pozivati u situacijama primjerice i kada je bio COVID i kada su se formirale vrste potpora za one koji su ostali, na primjer, bez primanja zato što se bave poslom koji je nedvosmisleno povezan sa javnim okupljanjem, na primjer. To je trajalo puno više, to je trajalo jedno 6 godina, onda smo ga još morali revidirati 4 godine kasnije, to smo sad prošle godine napravili, ali evo, isplati se.
Da, to znam, zato sam i ostavila. Puno hvala Sandra, mnogo hvala na ovom odgovoru i kažem, to sam želela da čuju i ostali učesnici, ja sam malo bila upoznata sa tim, ali zaista mislim da je to veliko postignuće i svaka vam čast na tome i nešto na što i mi treba svi ostali da se ugledamo ukoliko je moguće. Idemo dalje sa panelom. Nataša Kolaska-Georgijevska dolazi iz udruženja prevodilaca Severne Makedonije. Nataša, vraćamo se sad opet malo na ove naše obične, da kažemo, uobičajene ili širom poznate AIK standarde. Znam da ti radiš i u institucijama Evropske unije i u drugim institucijama gde se pomenuti okvirni sporazum primenjuje, odnosno da se poštuju standardi AIK-a. Reci nam ti nešto o tome i kako uspevate da te standarde, bar ponekad i ponegde, primenjujete i na tržištu Severne Makedonije.
Well, promoting standards in North Macedonia, it's a constant struggle, I have to say. And we are trying to do that through our association, the Macedonian Association of Interpreters and Translators. And we've had this association for 15 years now. We have the standards published on our website. We also developed a public procurement rule book to help the public institutions with the procurement of interpretation and translation services, because we realized it was a problem because it was treated as procuring a toilet paper. You know, the cheapest bidder gets the procurement. I cannot say that they apply it all the time, but still we have something to refer to because it's on our website and we can always send it out. Some organizations, some institutions are interested, others are not, but we keep trying. When it comes to AIK, I have to say that there is only one member of AIK in our country, and that's not enough, far from it. And hopefully with this discussion about the region of AIK, there will be more of us joining AIK. because I do believe if we have AIC behind us, it can help us promote the standards. We can approach the institutions, even the international institutions in our country, like UN, that have an agreement with AIC, and others start respecting the standards as they should. I have to say that we don't have that problem with the Council of Europe, because fortunately Sally has provided that in written in all the framework agreements. So even when we have projects asking why they should do that, I just refer, it's in the contract, just read it, and that's it. And it's clear, it's crystal clear there with all the points. But unfortunately, that's not the case with the UN agencies. It's not the case with some of the UN agencies, EU-funded projects, etc. So we keep fighting with that. So I really hope that you, and hopefully involving us, will manage to create this AIC region, and because it will, there will be something to refer to, there will be something to share. Here's the link. Just check the standards, read it out, and also there will be trainings, just like you mentioned at the beginning, and not only for the institutions, but also for many of our colleagues that are not even aware or don't want to be aware. But if there is a training that we can share, retrain, even, I'm sure they will see the benefits that come from it, because yes, there are clients that are not interested in quality. They just want to check the box, and that's it. That was interpretation, well done. That nobody cares, but there are still clients who are really interested in getting a good quality interpretation, because they do know that a big portion of the quality of the work they do depends on the interpretation they will get.
Sure. Hvala. Thank you very much, Nataša. Imamo sada koleginicu iz Crne Gore, Jelena Pralas. Ne bih je nešto posebno predstavljala, mnogi od vas je već znaju. Jelena, pitanje manje više isto i za tebe. I još jedan, da kažemo, dodatak. Da li uopšte postoji svest o postojanju AIK-a među kolegama u Crnoj Gori i šta bismo mogli da uradimo, možda bar mi ovde u ovom našem regionu, ne regionu AIK-a, nego u susedstvu, da se možda malo poveća vidljivost AIK-a i da budu ljudi više svesni, makar tih standarda?
Ja prvo ovako uvijek reagujem kad sam predstavljena kao koleginica iz Crne Gore, ja se osjećam nekako malo šire, jer sam rođena u Hrvatskoj, studirala u Srbiji i na kraju otišla u Crnu Goru i sad tamo stvarno živim jedan duži period.
Ti si pravi čovek onda za regione.
Ja jesam pravi čovek i uvijek nekako volim to da sam iz regiona i to mi je drago. I tata mi je rođen u Bosni i Hercegovini, tako da sam cijelu sliku sastavila i vrlo sam ponosna na to. I mislim da mi to i obezbjeđuje neki širi pogled. I ja sam poznata po tome da se stalno zalažem za udruženja, da pravimo udruženja, da se borimo za te naše standarde. Upravo kako je neko ovdje rekao, dugujemo to ovoj našoj lijepoj profesiji, da se mi za nju borimo iznutra. I prije svega mislim i u Crnoj Gori, ja pretpostavljam da svi imamo istu boljku u regionu, ja ću sutra o tome malo govoriti. Mislim da moramo da radimo sa tim našim kolegama koji nisu baš svjesni. To su možda i ovi što ste ih pomenuli, koji rade na platformama negdje skriveno i možda se skrivaju od nas, da ne znamo kako rade i šta rade, a mislim da nije da ne znaju za pravila, ali treba i njih naći, jer mislim da su oni ti koji su prepreka implementacije AIC standarda. Jer mi koji znamo koji su standardi, mi koji se za njih zalažemo i borimo, jedni drugima sjednemo i ovako prepričavamo i prosto čuli smo mi to, znamo mi svi to, ali nismo mi nama problem. Nego treba znači da se suočimo sa tima koji su čuli, pa im je izašlo na drugo uho i onda su odlučili da ipak rade po svome. Sad, s druge strane, ja imam razumijevanja, jer kao što smo čuli danas 100 puta već, profesija nam se gasi. što znači da mi koji radimo za najznačajnije institucije na tržištu, osjetimo taj neki proces promjena, smanjivanja, tražnje za prevodiocima. A onda zamislimo kako je tek ovim ljudima koji nisu došli do toga, nisu se toliko obučili, nisu se akreditovali i tako dalje. Njima vjerovatno onda još teže. I sad vi razmišljate, hoćete li imati egzistenciju ili ćete baš poštovati svaki standard koji tamo neko priča da treba da bi sačuvao vaše zdravlje, a vi sad možda i nećete osjetiti posljedice po vaše zdravlje. Jer ljudi to ne prihvataju kao neku ozbiljnu priču. Vrlo često sa nerazumijevanjem gledaju na to. Tako da mislim da moramo da radimo sa kolegama dosta. Što se tiče svijesti o AIK-u u Crnoj Gori, ja mislim da ona postoji. Crna Gora je jako mala, ima jako malu community pravih prevodilaca, da tako kažem. Nas ima samo 6 koji živimo u Crnoj Gori, koji smo akreditovani za institucije Evropske unije, recimo, isto tako jedan mali broj, 5-6 radi za Savjet Evrope, 2-3 za NATO. Znači, mi smo potpuno mali, ali mislim da smo jako dobri, kako smo tako mali, za razne, ne baš eksperimente, ali za razne pokušaje da se pokaže, recimo, snaga AIK-a u Crnoj Gori, da se dođe i sa jednom prezentacijom. Mislim da bi se tu privukao jedan značajan broj kolega sa jednom pričom o proceduri. Mislim da je procedura onako da tjera ljude da malo oklijevaju, jer crnogorskog jezika nema među članovima AIK-a, koliko sam ja vidjela. Znači nema ko da vam da sponzorstvo direktno za vaš jezik. To je, onda idete na waiver, pa onda kako to. Onda ljudi obično kad vidite, odustanu i to je nešto što odvraća. Ali mislim da je dosta kolega svjesno benefita AIK-a i da treba poraditi na tome, posebno ako iz regiona još stigne jedan impuls da se nešto radi na regionu. Jer znate, često se ovi standardi AIK-a kad se prenesu na naš region, evo svi smo na Balkanu, jel? Mnogo se prije klijenti iz Evrope prilagode balkanskim standardima nego što ih natjeramo, jel tako? Nego što ih natjeramo da ove više standarde prihvati. Pa onda kad bismo zajedno nekako to, mislim da bismo bolje u tome uspjeli. Ja ću sutra imati prezentaciju pa ćemo onda malo više o ovim našim balkanskim problemima. Hvala.
Hvala ti puno, Nataša. Izvini, ja sam se umorila malo. I sada bih zamolila Ivanu Zameticu iz Udruženja pismenih i usmenih prevodilaca Bosne i Hercegovine. Također da kaže otprilike pitanje koje sam postavila i Nataši i Jeleni. Dakle, da li uopšte postoji svest o postojanju AIK-a u Bosni i Hercegovini? Znam da biste vi želeli da podnesete, jel tako, zahtev za učlanjenje, tako da ste vi naša buduća, da kažemo, koleginica članica u AIK-u. Recite nam kako ste saznali za AIK, kako uopšte da li je on prepoznat u Bosni i Hercegovini i da li može nešto od tih standarda da se primenjuje na tržištu Bosne i Hercegovine?
Dobro, ja sam lično za AIK čula, kad sam čula za udruženje prevodilaca, zato što su kolegice koje su osnovali udruženje prevodilaca 2008. i 2009. godine, molim? Da, udruženje prevodilaca u Bosni i Hercegovini, pošto je kod nas to u Bosni i Hercegovini sve znate kako to ide u kontekstu Bosne, one su zapravo i osnovalo udruženje sa željom da unaprijede standarde u struci i tada je udruženje napravilo i web stranicu na kojoj su neki standardi objavljeni u smislu radnih sati, koliko prevodilac treba da radi, da prevodioci trebaju da rade u paru, neki cjenovnik je tu stavljen koliko bi po satu prevodilac trebao da naplaćuje, koliko po danu i znam da su mnoge kolege i kolegice, da završim, to je zapravo bilo zasnovano na standardima AIK-a. Mislim, to je neka baš rudimentarna verzija i pojednostavljena tih standarda, ali u osnovi odražava ono što su ti standardi i čak je pisalo u nekoj fusnoti prema, ne znam kako se već sad taj dokument zvao i moram da kažem da je jedno vrijeme to i imalo dosta utjecaja. Ja sam u nekim svojim ugovorima sa nekim organizacijama vidjela da su oni tu citirali udruženje prevodilaca upravo u odnosu na taj broj sati i tako dalje. Tako da zaključila bi da prevodioci znaju za AIK, ali isto ko što ih ne mislim, neko je rekao ugled i standardizacija. To je ono što je AIK donio svijetu konferencijskog prevođenja i što su onda, mislim, kolegica Marta iz Slovenije, što su onda kolegice koje su postale članovi AIK-a prenijeli u to slovenačko tržište i malo proširili. To se kod nas nije desilo zato što udruženje nikad nije počelo baš ozbiljno da djeluje zbog konteksta Bosne i Hercegovine. Evo, standard zanimanja, sam pratila šta su kolegice u Hrvatskoj radile, to je super. I mi bi njih odmah pitali, dajte, možemo li mi to prilagoditi, ali u Bosni se ne može nikakav standard zanimanja usvojiti, jer kod nas nije riješeno neka nadležnost iz ko zna kojih razloga. Tako da je to to zapravo ono što je tu najveći problem i što smo mi udruženje koje zastupa sve vrste prevođenja, ne samo konferencijske, nego i književne i sudske tumače i tako dalje. I dosta smo tad kad sam se priključila udruženju, nekako je meni najdominantnija priča bila klijenti. Ne razumiju naš posao, mi moramo da edukujemo klijente i kad mi njih jednog dana edukujemo, onda će kao sve to biti bolje. Ali čini mi se, obzirom da je se prevodilaštvo u Bosni i Hercegovini naročito razvijalo nakon rata, jer je u ratu bila velika potreba za prevodiocima, pa su i 15-godišnjaci koji su malo govorili engleski tad prevodili. Uglavnom, veliki brojevi, nije mi poznat tačan broj, mislim da ga niko ne zna, ali 1000 prevodilaca usmenih je tad bilo u Bosni. Mnogi od njih su nastavili da rade kao prevodioci, mnogi od njih rade i danas, ali mnogi su se profesionalizirali, usavršavali, mnogi nisu. I to je uglavnom neko ljudima sporedno zanimanje i rade manje ili više sa tih standarda, uglavnom pridržavaju ili ne pridržavaju, svakom je nekako ostavljeno na volju, a klijenti će uglavnom izabrati neku jeftiniju opciju za njih, iako postoje naravno klijenti koji imaju svijest o značaju prevodioca i kvaliteta i tako dalje. Eto, ne znam, neću da previše vremena oduzimam, pošto smo dosta dugo tu, ali zaista pozdravljam inicijativu osnivanja IK regije i pojačane regionalne saradnje, obzirom da smo ipak jedan prostor sa zajedničkim jezikom i historijom i sličnim problemima koji su u jednom dijelu manje i u drugom više izraženi i mislim da bi nam to svakako pomoglo da radimo na širenju tih standarda i poštivanju u praksi. Eto.
Ivana, hvala puno na ovome. Tačno je, mi smo i region u stvari pre svega sličnog jezika, to je i Marta pomenula, to je vrlo važno upravo za nas kao prevodioce i možda i od toga može sve početi. Ja bih da ovaj panel zapravo zaključim, da kažem upravo ovo što nam je sada Ivana kazala, očigledno je zapravo da sve počinje od nacionalnih udruženja, da su tu temelji svima nama u svim našim nacionalnim udruženjima, temelji statuti se zapravo temelje na statutu AIK-a, na standardima koje AIK propisuje, svi smo mi to manje više stavili u naše statute. Čuli smo da ima dosta naravno prostora za poboljšanje, za neku vrstu jačanja svesti naših klijenata, ali mi se čini i iz ovoga što ste i vi također kazale da je možda i lakši put i brži da tu svest proširimo pre svega među našim kolegama. Onda će se to mnogo brže i bolje i kod klijenata na neki način odraziti i oni će prihvatiti te naše standarde na taj način. Znači prvo kolege, njih treba da što više podržavamo u zapravo praćenju ovih standarda, ajde da se tako najbolje izrazimo, u sve izuzetke koji postoje i slično tome. Ja bih da vam se sada zahvalim ili da to uradi Irena, ne znam ako hoćeš. Ovaj panel je završen, ja se zahvaljujem našim panelistima, mislim da smo dosta toga novog i lepog i ohrabrujućih reći.
Hvala Dušici na nadahnuto...
I samo i Tomašu, izvinjavam se. Tomaš Opočenski, I forgot to thank you. This is the end of our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. It means so much.
Dakle, hvala Dušici na nadahnuto i argumentovano vođenoj diskusiji i hvala svim panelistima na doprinosu ovom važnom razgovoru. Imali smo priliku da čujemo različite, a opet slične perspektive i iskustva. Došlo je vreme da zaključimo prvi dan naše konferencije. Imali smo priliku da čujemo niz sadržajnih izlaganja koja su otvorila važne teme za sadašnjost i budućnost konferencijskog prevođenja. Za kraj želela bih samo da zahvalim i našim prevodiocima i našoj tehničkoj podršci. Oni su iza kulisa, ali bez njih ovo ne bi bilo moguće. Još jednom ću vas podsjetiti da druženje nastavljamo na zajedničkoj večeri u restoranu Reka u Zemunu u 20:30, a sutra nastavljamo sa radom u 10:30. Hvala.
Yeah, if you have questions, we can do them tomorrow morning. I think, yeah, don't forget about them.